Surprise! Oh, I should probably unmute the game. Ah! Sorry, I usually play this game with the game muted for obvious reasons. Oh god, really? That's the story. As you can see, I am here at Kingdom Hearts. As per the intended schedule, we're going to go ahead and smash through side quests. We're going to start in La Noscea. I'm going to switch over to Finalizing, and then up to the Black Shroud, and then over to the Corthus, and then down to Mordona. And that'll be it. And then we'll go ahead and do Hildebrand. And, well, we'll see how long it takes us to do every side quest in ARR first. I'm actually quite curious. Naturally, when I say every side quest, I mean most of the side quests. So, here's where we acknowledge reality. I've actually done quite a few of these side quests, not only because I was, a young, naive, foolish person who thought this was WoW, but also because I thought, hey, let's do some feasibility tests and see how fast we can smash through these. Unfortunately, there is no mechanism for redoing side quests. So, like for example here in Limsa, there is exactly one side quest remaining, where there should be closer to 7. It's this one, right here. Oh, we're the wrong class. Today, I actually put together a new transmog just for today. This is going to be my dancer outfit for the day. I think this is suitable. I think this will work out. Side quests. So as usual, I'm going to be reading these at my pace. What? Okay. The only way to accept this quest is to kneel before the captain. Question mark. Everything, Colin Palooza. You missed so much, it's not even funny. Well, let's kneel before the captain. I am definitely disappointed in these younger people and how much they're refusing you your proper share of the Garlean loot. Yep, everyone's going to be keeping me hydrated today because it's Monday. In fact, that's 3 sips right there. My sympathy is worthless. Oh, thanks. Hey. Okay. I will... Is this just an emo quest? Oh, whoops. God damn it. I'm not trying to make light of your dilemma. Jesus. So I have just convinced a specific pirate captain and her crew to ignore orders to keep the local waters safe from Garleans and to go pillage instead. That's, Go me! Sure. Whatever. X zone. So the last major story thing that's happened, Colin Palooza, hasn't changed. We're still doing side stuff. Let's see. Okay, I can do that. We're trying to help clear the land of debris so that people can help, help it from being fallow. Canonically, this is... Yep, there it is. Canonically, this is before we took out Bahamut, so, logically speaking, the land's probably still having issues. Look at this. cumbersome rocks, strewn debris. Ugh. Let me use a shovel. There we go. Much better. This is... So, I kind of pseudo-joked about this earlier, but I should probably explain something. So, you might wonder, Lore, why are you so dumb and stupid? Well, when I was young, when I was about, I don't know, a few hours old, I fell in between the cracks between the wall and the bed, and I like to say that I got dropped in my head as a kid. It's not quite accurate, but it amuses me. No, the real story here, the reason I'm so dumb, is because in multiple other MMOs, not just WoW, but in multiple other MMOs, I sort of got into the mentality that the quests are the content. So, some of you may actually remember this, because I was doing this on stream originally. I just started doing all the side quests. Everyone in chat, and I do mean everyone, was like, Lore, quit it! And I'm like, but it's the quests. And they're like, no, Lore, quit it! And I'm like, but it's the quest! And it took me a really long time to actually process that the side quests in this game suck. So that quest we just did, let me summarize the lore of that quest in a single sentence for you. They needed help clearing the land so they could send in pirates to start farming the land. That's it. Now, there is a variability, for lack of a better way to put it, with regards to how decent these side quests are, how good or bad or in between these are. No, not side quests, just quests, Rex. But I'll talk about that in a second. So we're going to do all of them because it's all we can do, and we're going to see how worthwhile they are. I sincerely doubt any side quest in ARR is going to be worth a damn, to be blunt. So, this woman is pissed off because crabs keep interfering with her fishing. No problem. I got your back. I'm a dancer. The ultimate in ranged DPS. This is probably a good time to mention that this game has a pretty serious issue with regards to its side quests, or perhaps more accurately just its quests as a whole. And this is definitely a gameplay issue. You see that quest log on the right? Actually, you probably don't. It's probably too small to see on your screen, and that's fine. I'm not going to make it bigger because it doesn't matter. What matters is that only tracks 5 quests at a time. Period. That sucks. Yep, she can go fishing again. Yay. Is that it? Oh my god. And that's it for this zone. Next. So, let me talk about the side quest thing for a moment. You all know that I have, I did, Rex. Or rather, I didn't, because there was nothing there. Hey, quests. In most MMOs, there's a concept called primary. In most games in general, there's primary optional and there's primary mandatory. The example I always love to go to is Mass Effect 2 because most of my viewers have played Mass Effect 2, and it's a textbook example of what I'm talking about. In Mass Effect 2, the primary mandatory quests are recruiting a few people, not actually everyone, doing a couple of in-between missions, and then beating the game. But the primary optional quests are the loyalty quests, which arguably make up the majority and bulk of the core content of Mass Effect 2, but they're fully optional. So most MMOs out there flesh out these things, these little side quests, as primary optional content, in terms of, like, for example, Tor is a perfect example of this. Tor uses these little side quests as a way to flesh out the region, and does it as part of the regional chain. I say region, it's actually planetary in that case, but it's the same concept. You know, like, imagine the Zone quest, for example. EverQuest 2 kind of did this. Star Trek Online kind of did this and then abandoned the idea and made everything MSQ, which honestly was probably the right move if we're being completely honest with ourselves, etc., etc. You get the idea. So that's what I mean when I say that I was expecting side quests to be primary optional. Because it's like, you know, it's meat content, right? No. I'm not actually sure why these are here, and I mean that with total sincerity. Now, there are a couple of side quests that I've seen where there's at least a story there. There's at least something. That's the wrong button. In order to flesh it out a little bit, in order to make it worth the time expenditure. But these give so little everything that I'd say, based on memory, 99% of them are completely worthless. But maybe that's not true, which is why we're actually doing them. You... Okay. Hang on, let me get the packed lunch here. Hey, Tara. Yep, thank you for keeping me hydrated, Zoctave. Have I seen an MMO that doesn't do side quests at all? Star Trek Online. STO abandoned the concept of side quests. Quite a while ago, actually. Now, in Star Trek Online, that actually works, because what STO did was they shifted directions. And instead, every quest is MSQ, but a single individual quest in STO is like a 40-minute affair. They're designed to be episodes, to put it simply. And that actually works out really well for that format. And that way they can spend all their time and effort on a quest, rather than trying to add a bunch of peppered quests to tell the same story. So, that worked. Aww. Yes, I got you your lunches. There you go. You don't have to deliver dunches to all the dockmen. I'll, of course, take the log in peace, because what else is there? Thank you, Starscream. As always, I will jot that down for Star Wars Rebellion. Listen, Pretzel, all this exp is garbage. Also, I don't think I have a character low enough level to benefit from this experience. Like, I'll even demonstrate this. Let's see here. What's my lowest level? 80. Dragoon. Sure. We'll do that. There we go. Okay. You want me to count exactly how many logs are here? Sure. We're taking inventory, obviously. So they're short on lumber, because of course they are. Of course. I should also probably mention that WoW's side quests, and I gotta put it that way, back in the day were also generally just kind of eh. That's in the BC and Wrath era, specifically. It wasn't until Kata that WoW came up with the concept of, let's call it what it is, the MSQ. They didn't call it the MSQ, and they didn't label it in any way, but there were actual, you know... I'm sorry, not MSQ. Sorry. Regional quests. And there started being regional arcs throughout the zones in Kata. Kind of in Wrath, but not really. I mean, we could argue that because there's arguably regional story all the way back in Vanilla, but that's getting a little bit into the weeds. So, that person is worried that they're going to have to actually start to prostrate themselves to the Gridanians in order to be able to have enough lumber to build this one ship, because they have such a scarce supply of lumber in Lominsa. There's a little tidbit. When did WoW add cutscenes to its quests? I guess it depends on how you define cutscenes, and I know I hate to say that, but, I mean, BC would be the earliest answer. Wrath would be the middle answer. And then they started adding in the more fleshed out cutscenes when they got to Kata, and they've basically gotten more fleshed out every single expansion since, up to, of all things, BFA. Meanwhile, in addition to not having enough lumber, we also don't have enough rivets in order to make the... They're really having trouble making this stupid ship, aren't they? Don't worry. I've got a jetpack. Technically. Oh, right. I'm not a dancer. I mean, yeah, I could probably craft that stuff. The hell with that. We're not doing crafting yet. Oh, so I should check this. So right now we have 109,548 experience. I got you the fangs that are not knives. But you... Okay, I'm actually going to read this one. Hang on a second. All day and night, I dream of someone who might rescue me from this prison. Someone broad and hale, with skin the color of the sea and eyes that'll suck you in like a maelstrom. Someone like Gimthota. I've been enchanted by her sweet magic since I first saw her, a young lass from the Morby dry docks in the patrol of the God's Grip. She smiled at me, but I was too get up by fear to meet her gaze, and now since her promotion to head watch, she can't be bothered to make the climb. I would tell her how I feel, but my duty is to the sailors. Wait, maybe you could tell her for me! What is this, high school? Alright, I will go tell this woman that you fancy her. Because you can't spare 10 minutes to go tell this woman that you fancy her. I'm assuming it's a her. I shouldn't assume that, actually. Whoever it is. First, I need to specifically get you some flowers. Because you also cannot be bothered to get your own flowers. Get off the frickin'... Ah! Hang on. Wait, really? Okay. Hi, Lunaru. Give me a second. Extremely deadly, dangerous, serious questing stuff right here going on. We've got to deliver these flowers. This man's love life is at stake! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Damn! He was she. Yes, okay, cool. A gift from me, from the Candlekeep, but I don't recall ever meeting anyone from up there. Ah, yes, it's coming back to me now. Rostenza! Well, I'm flattered I cannot return the gesture. As head watch of the docks, it's my responsibility to see that peace is kept until the victory's christening. I simply haven't the time to pay would-be suitors any mind, no matter how desperate though they be. We in the business refer to that as being shut down. Anyways, now I have 110,868 experience. That was truly, truly worthwhile. We're going to switch back to Dancer and let that experience bleed out into the ether. Thank you, Zira. As always. By the way, so Valveject pointed out something yesterday or the day before, which is a truth. I actually missed 2 raids because they're so stupid and irrelevant. We still need to do the Chimera and the Hydra at some point. Which I have unlocked because I've done the Relic. And thank you, Lene Ruth. I don't know what you want to put it towards, but if you do, you can tell me and I can jot it down. Thank you, both of you. Alright, so let's turn this in. So, this person's memory is apparently really drifting because he has forgotten I'm not doing Ultima Hard, and I'm not even trying Odin. I actually didn't forget those ones. Anyways, yeah, no. This is the old fogey who sent me to check on him. He doesn't even remember me giving me the quest. But when I tell him the guy's all whining about being lonely. Why is it not taking Pika's... Oh, because Pika, you need to put the Q after the exclamation mark, not before. That's why it's not catching it. Put a pair of warm women in his arms and another in his lap, and he'll be right as rain. I admit that would probably be distracting. I'm not sure that's going to solve anything, buddy. There. Oh, gotcha, Linerith. Speaking of which, French Philosopher asked, how does subscribing for multiple months at a time work? I want to switch to subscribing for 6-month periods. Do I need to allocate all my subs at once? Yes, when you sub, that's when I jot down the total number towards whatever it is you want to put it towards. You can also split it up, of course, but the numbers are jotted down when you sub, like Linerith did. And then I rely on you to be, you know, a decent human being and not lie to me, like Linerith could have just now, but she didn't, because she's a decent person. Going forwards. So this is someone who works at the customs house. Okay. There you go, Pika. Someone has apparently introduced an invasive species to the area which shouldn't be here. Which, ironically, is actually a legitimate concern in real life for real-life customs houses. With certain fruits and seeds and all that kind of stuff. Well, let's throw out some dodo flesh. I'm sure that'll fix the problem. Oh god, it's a mitling! Yeah, let's get rid of those things pronto. Oh, there's more! Sorry, hang on, there are more mitlings. We're done. There's more mitlings. There's a lot of mites! Who the hell brought mites? Whatever. All 6 of... So I'm going to assume, based on context cues, French Philosopher, that you just subbed somewhere. Could you do me a favor and hit refresh, and there might be a button that pops up, which could say, hey, you could share that, and then I could have a notification that actually shows the subs going through, rather than a total lack of notification, because Twitch is stupid. It looks like the mites didn't come from that ship, but from a different vessel with heinous motives. Dun 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 dun! And that, okay, I guess that's the end of that. Where in the Frau? I guess that's actually it. Alright, moving on. Up to Western. Then we'll hit Eastern, then we'll hit Northern. So thank you, French Philosopher. As always. And I will put all of that towards XCOM 2, if you give me a moment here. I don't know, USN Corp. I don't have a good number for that. I know there's some zones that were just going to be glutted for quests, and some are going to be pretty dry because it's whatever. XCOM 2, there we go. Like, this is when the desire to do as thorough of a review as possible runs into the reality of being physically incapable of doing as thorough of a review as possible. Zactef says you don't like Jedi Knight in Tor because of the super weapons. That's not a question, that's a statement. It's also wrong. I don't like Jedi Knight in Tor because it sucks. It's mostly badly written drivel with extreme circumstances of cutscene incompetence and bad dialogue and lack of character motivation or anything that are related thereto. See you around, Fringe. Sure, that guy wants me to bring him some wings. Hey, Rax, do you got any good wings around here? You know wings better than me. I prefer nuggets or tenders. I'll go with some good tenders, but... Come on. Pull yourself together, Private. You've been trained for this. Even if the only action you've ever seen is street fights, tavern brawls, and a fisticuff over who cheated at checkers. I got it right to the cannon. Make sure for... Okay. Okay. Damn it. You there. Slow down the enemy while I arm the cannon. Okay. It won't let me jump over the edge. Oh, whatever. We've got a helper against the dusk bats. Terrifying, horrifying dusk bats. So, I did want to actually talk about this. I know this sounds facetious. I know this sounds like a meme or a joke. Why do these side quests still exist in this game? Now, hear me out for just a second. The overwhelming majority of the actual quality quests are done in either blue quests, whereupon you either unlock something significant or have something significant going on, or with regards to the main story quest, which are absolutely significant. You could also argue that they're in the raid side stories, but the raid stories are, you guessed it, blue. Oh yeah, speaking of which, these definitely do not currently give good experience. Or, to be slightly more accurate, they did not give good experience prior to Endwalker. I cannot, of course, speak for Endwalker, because duh. But I actually did some experience per time tests with regards to the fastest way to level when I was trying to maximize my efficiency when I was leveling everything for this run. And doing side quests, even absolutely... and I do mean smashing them out, even faster than what you're seeing me currently do, still was, like, the worst experience of everything that was available to me by a decent margin, so... Yep, sorry. You, She's all upset that she doesn't have to use the cannon now, but, wait! Okay, she's okay. Her pay was docked because she, tried to use a cannon on regular old enemies that weren't, you know, attacking the wall. But that's okay. She figures the best way to get back in with her captain's good graces is to attack more enemies on the other side of the wall, who are definitely attacking this time. Wink, wink. Yeah, I mean, you get my point, though, Rax. Like, in fact, honestly, I'm pretty sure you and I are in the same mind on this one. Filter out the junk, right? Spend less time just making a quest to go kill X, Y, or Z, but instead spend time on the side quests that are worth a damn, either the regional stories, or the town stories, the arcs, or whatever. And then all side quests, henceforth, could be considered substantial content, as they are in multiple other MMOs as well. Yes, they're hedge moles. They're not adamantoises. This woman. Now what? Oh, Jesus. Hey, Trihexia. Like, you get my point, though, right, Umbral Magnus? That's just kind of what I was talking to Rax about. Like, if you filter out the junk side quests, which have been most of what we've been doing already so far, and just kind of limit it to the ones that are either flavor, like the woman we've been doing quests for just now. Sure. That's not how that works, but okay. Then that works, right? It's just pruning at that point. Sorry, this guy wanted us to get him some bat wings because he had a terrible calamity near Pharaoh Sirius. You know that one, the one with Siren. But one of the people on board the ship he was on actually survived just fine because he had some bat wings on him, and so clearly that's what provided him protection. But yes, why is every one of these sailors so lovesick? Don't answer that. I will go ahead and admit that I am one of many players who has the strong and long-standing presumption that the side quests in this game are garbage and therefore should be completely skipped. This is ironically somewhat beneficial in this exact and very specific case, specifically because it means I didn't do a lot of the quests so I can show them to you. That is the second time you've asked that, Pika. In the queue, even. Oh, that's horrible. So we were delivering a message to her. It said she got upgraded to Storm Sergeant. And it was a letter from her mother, and she was really excited about it. And then her mother, who refused to talk to her because she joined the military, was asking her for money. She is not going to reply to her mother. And frankly, good on her. And now I'm refilling their local stocks of poison, because they're low on poison. Why do you... Okay. So I got your report from the woman who was a little overeager on using the cannons. Do you know what a soldier's greatest enemy is? Boredom. Yeah. That and hunger. Those are the two ones. Yeah, exactly, Tara. That's why I was like, This is how the side quests are going to go, by the way. I'm going to read at my pace, and I'm going to try to summarize what's going on. Because actually reading all these out loud would take forever. This would be insanity. Oh yeah, especially a soldier on guard duty. They get bored, well, everything goes bad. Alright, so now that we're out killing some pelicans to steal their delicious poison. Let's see here. So Pika has a question. It's the next question in the queue, no less, which says, how much longer will FF14 be out of curiosity? And then Pika has another question, which says, how much longer will FF14 be out of curiosity? Unfortunately, the truthful and legitimate answer to that is I have no idea. I get that question a lot, and each time I take a drink, speaking of which. But the real answer is I don't know. I have a very rough estimated date, which we will probably not find. Or not meet, rather. That's it. Oh no, dodos! What's with all the dodo quests? So I don't have a timetable for the entire stream, Lunarith. I have a timetable for events, if that makes any sense. This block of content should take roughly these blocks of work time, that kind of a thing. Like, we will start Heavensward this week, guaranteed. Especially since I'm starting a day early. But as for when exactly, keep in mind we have all the side quests to go through, then Hildebrand, then we have to do the crafting quests, then we have to do the class quests, then we have to do the main story quest, and all of that is content before we get to Heavensward. So I don't know how much all of that tacked together will be, because I haven't bothered to think about that. I'm only thinking about how long it takes to do each bundle. Speaking of boredom, this Storm Commander is lamenting the fact that they don't fight kobolds anymore. She wishes longs nay for the days of old, when they used to kill kobolds instead of dodos. Meanwhile, this woman is very upset about the fact that they don't fight kobolds anymore. Instead, they fight Sahagin. Oh yeah, we also have to show off the beast tribes. Sorry, I forgot about that one. We'll probably do that after the crafter bundle. And by probably, I mean definitely. I've already thought about that. Hey, I brought you some wine from the quartermaster. She's not flirting. Oh my god, she's not flirting with you. She's giving you this because she's... That dude presumed that because she sent him a bottle of wine as a kindness for his boredom in watching the Sahagin Gate, that she is, and this is his own words, sweet on him. We are now going to deliver a bottle of wine to his brother, who happens to be at the North Sahagin Gate. I swear to God, if he says, she's sweet on me. Okay. He is not an idiot. He realizes that his brother, the southern one, thinks she's sweet on him. He's got another thing coming, misunderstanding and innocent kindness like that. She's a quartermaster. Doesn't he know this is a professional interest? That goatish fool. I won't have him bothering that lovely girl. Good morning, Bluff Alex. And yes, today is a unique day. Of all the things I could have gotten done today in the absence of visiting family, I figured this is the best thing to do. Sure. I don't think that's how that works, but sure. He's worried about upsetting the gods because he said that he doesn't like going near a graveyard. So here, go take this there and put these stars... the spring stars, the flower, on the grave, and that'll square him with the gods that totally exist. Wink. They don't probably exist. Spoilers. It's not really spoilers. Let's see here. So the grave we just laid it for is for a farmer who was press ganged into service and died in the doing. He really wants us to kill some of these things. That just killed the aforementioned farmer. I say just. It was a little longer ago than a few minutes. Fresh reminder that Dancer is the best class in the game. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Whoop. Hang on. Well, yeah, but those are just, you know... There's a reason gods and mobs sound so similar, you know what I mean, Tara? So that's actually a go-to quest. A vector quest is the official term for that, which we're not doing. You'll also notice there's some Sahagin quests over here. I'm just going to point these out briefly because we're not actually doing these right now. But like I said, I will show off the Beast Tribe quests later. But this is where you do the Sahagin quests, specifically. What? There's good Sahagin? You haven't been paying attention. But yes, there are, in fact, Sahagin that are, in fact, cool. But for now, we're going to go kill some Sahagin who are not cool. Are Fates good experience for alts? That's actually a good question. Rax, are Fates good experience for alts? Because I've never done them, because they were always terrible experience for me. But I haven't done them since Endwalker. And I haven't done them at any level other than 70 in quite a while. Go down here. Nope. Wow. Yeah, that's part of why I asked, too. I know Endwalker has rejiggered the X curve a little bit in several ways. Well, yeah, we're just straight up waiting for respawns. First time. I know this will happen at some point. Alright, let's see here. Jedi Knight has cutscene incompetence, but Sith Warrior has some too. Yes, it does. But Sith Warrior also is an excellent story in addition to having several down points. Whereas Jedi Knight has nothing good going for it. Pika says how... Hang on, let me delete that one. So, what do you do with one of the characters in Resident Evil 6? Jake, he is Wesker's son. So you say, what story potential is in there in that? So let's go ahead and start by saying none and all. The fact that there is someone who is the son of Wesker doesn't really mean anything in and of itself. It depends on the specific connections. Was he aware of his father? Was he birthed after the experiments that made his father superhuman? Did we fail the fate? Is he aware of his father's plans? Does he care? Blah, 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 blah. There's a lot of questions there. So you'd have to prompt an answer to all those questions. Hey! Before you'd be able to tell if there's any story potential therewith. Nah, fine, whatever. How big was Jim Raynor's fleet in Wings of Liberty? Very small. It was, in fact, the Hyperion and its accompanying support fleet. And that's it. A small but elite strike force. That's all he had. In lore. Excuse me. Okay. Would this setting be able to survive the Lich King? I really don't like answering versus questions like that. But no. Reminder that the Lich King could probably hang, under the right circumstances, in Warhammer, and you kind of understand why that's just a kind of a thing. I knew I was missing a couple. Let's see. Am I just an errant person? Kinda, yeah. That's my gerb. Here, I think? Yeah, if you remember, a fairly major part of the Wings of Liberty story arc was getting mercenaries and groups to work with his people so he would have some more numbers to, you know, support his frickin' fleet. If you can even call it a fleet. That's a weird lighting effect. So meanwhile, at the Pharaoh's Sirius... Got it. I will clear this place out of the roaming dead, who are part of a fate right now. We'll come back to that. I know, right, Jesse Ward. I would not know anything what that's about. You want me to go... He's drunk and upset that he has run out of drink, so he wants me to go raid a nearby shipwreck in order to see if I can find any more alcohol for him. Meanwhile, this person is telling me to go kill some... Okay, fine, I'll do the goddamn fate. Telling me to go get some clams so he can make some chowder, because chowder be good, yo. Because they drank it all hazardous. God. Weirdos and freaks, all of them. Anybody who likes rum is subhuman. There we go. Gotta get maximum stupidity into my sentences here. It's always funny to me, personally. You hear people describe certain alcohol, like spiced rum, for example, and the way they're describing it, it sounds really good. And then you try it. It's like, oh, wow. This is not what I was envisioning at all. I find that true with wines, too. There's a deep bouquet of flavor of flanclade, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay. Stiff. Ah! I get it, I get it. I know how that works. People insist... I don't actually know if this is true or not, as weird as that may sound, but people insist that there are layers and subtleties to the flavor behind the alcohol. And only a true connoisseur can tell, and blah, 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 blah. I'm not 100% sure if that's actually true or not. And I know that sounds weird to say that, but let me put it to you this way. You know how many years, centuries, actually, rich people have insisted that, or people in power, I should say, have insisted that, you know, there's just subtle flavors you can't tell to this extremely gross thing, but it's rare, so that makes it better, and blah, 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 blah. All I'm trying to say is that there's some historical context for these people lying out their asses to be elitist. Now, do I think everyone's lying about that? No, but I have a suspicion, and I have for some time, that there is a little bit of elitism going on there. Allow me to relate a story. I've actually shared this story before. Once upon a time, there was a big shindig in France, specifically. And they were like, alright, let's sit down. Let's serve these people some McDonald's. But they touched it up. They, like, chopped up the burgers and rearranged the order and put them on, you know, the little toothpicks and everything. And the people were just BSing about it, right? Oh, yes, you can the flavor is really being pulled out by the extra additive of this cheese, which is blah, 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 blah. It was freaking McDonald's. So what I'm trying to say is that there probably are actual nuances and subtleties to flavors behind alcohol, and there's probably also a bunch of elitist idiots who are trying to play it up a little bit too much. Gotcha some spices for your chowder. Apparently they've gone bad. Yeah, that tracks. Probably literally have mold in them. It's okay, I got you some wine. Which smells like rotten eggs. He drank it anyway, of course, because why wouldn't you? It's beer! Or wine, sorry. Booze is what I meant to say. It's booze. Listen, all I'm saying, Hazardous, is there's elitist dicks. And you're one of... No, I'm joking about that last part. I mean it, though. I really do. I do think that there's some people who just play it up some. Hi, Rax. Hey, what's up? Cube crew. Not that I have that mount. Because... Oh, I know, Tara. Because, how do I phrase this? Is anybody in chat a geek? Anybody? I imagine there's at least One of you. Maybe. Maybe. I imagine most of you have at least one thing that you know pretty well, right? You're a geek, Gigapudding. You're a geek about fashion. And I bring this up because there's at least, I mean, a geek just means enthusiast, really. That's how I use the word. But there's probably at least one thing you geek out about that you are particularly vested in. Something that you are well aware of, well informed in, that you could talk at length about. There's actually several categories like that for me, for example. Like, one of the reasons we tend to drift into Star Trek talk is because I can just do that. Because I know Star Trek so well, so in depth, that I can do that sufficiently just right off the top of my head. And I've spent years thinking and discussing it, so I've got pre-baked opinions already ready to go, right? Make sense? The reason I'm bringing all this up is I have never actually met one, but I have to imagine that there are alcohol geeks out there. Wine geeks, or beer geeks, or rum geeks, or just alcohol geeks in general. You know, you've got subcategories, you've got major categories like you do with everything else. And those people absolutely probably could do things like say, this has this with this, and you can tell this has been done with this one was aged in a cask, whereas this one was done in a plastic bin, and they can tell the differences. Sure, no problem. And that is almost assuredly something that exists. I only keep phrasing it this way because I've never met someone like that. Also, alcohol enthusiasts does sound a little bit strange, but I will stand by the statement. And then there's the elitist dicks. Those people I've met. I have actually met a few wine snobs. Let's call it what it is. And those were not geeks. Those were wine snobs. But I would be shocked if there's not such a thing as, you know, wine enthusiasts or, excuse me, beer enthusiasts, right? Actually, you know what? Now that I'm saying that, I might know someone who knows someone who is specifically a bourbon geek. And has actually traveled the bourbon trail, you know? Wow, there's not a lot here either. That's okay. Swear to God, you make me go get some frickin' goblin cheese, we're gonna have a problem. Bourbon is a form of whiskey. And that's about all I know off the top of my head. Like, there's legal definitions and there's variances of category, but it's a form of whiskey. I've actually been to several bourbon refineries, breweries at this point, and they had this wonderful array of, like, all these different types of bourbon that you could just sample, right? And they certainly tasted like alcohol. Why? Okay. So this person wants me to throw bombs at kobolds. Oh god, you're right, we did, Lunar. Oh. Meanwhile, the kobolds are stealing all the food. You... Okay. I feel like several people are stealing a lot of food around here. This rich jackass. Okay, I'm gonna read that one out loud. Oh, where are they? Has something less than delightful and more than awful befallen the new dancing girls who are to arrive today. He's got 2 attending him, by the way. This is most inconvenient. I do wish that someone would find the driver who has wished to bring my divine dances. That someone would be healthily rewarded for it, I shouldn't doubt. Sure thing, buddy. He has become convinced the nearby spat of earthquakes is the fault of some large buffaloes. So, because he thinks that the local buffaloes are causing earthquakes, spoiler, they are not, I'm going to go kill some of the local buffaloes to satisfy him. Jesse Ward asks, Paradise has never been so well armed. One of the best Cisco quotes. Yes or no? Hey, Star Trek questions. I mean, it's an okay quote, I guess. I wouldn't list it in my top 50, though. Mostly because I forgot about it until you mentioned it. I mean, if Titan qualifies as a buffalo, then yeah, no, we need to go kill Titan. Wait. We've already done that twice. Oh my god. Tara says, I remember once complaining about how dumb and stupid you were, Lore. And you said that Battle Royale games never do anything with the concept, which I assume you mean single-player storylines. You are wrong in that presumption. Nevertheless, I will answer your question in full, which is, what kind of Battle Royale single-player game story would you do? Okay, so if you put a gun to my head and said, Lore! And I'm like, oh god, don't shoot me. Do it. Do a single-player thing or I'll shoot you. And I'm like, oh god, please don't shoot me, Tara. Snot dribbling out of my nose. Tears. Just terror tears, you know. Please don't shoot me, Tara. Make a single-player story, I'll kill you. You start beating me with the gun. And I'm like, oh god, please stop. And then I turned that into a story, see? What? Okay, I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. We'll come back to that in a minute. First, we gotta blow up some stuff. What I actually meant, I mean, I just take any single-player story and just adapt it to it, so I'm not going to answer that question full, because I don't have an answer off the top of my head. Just pick one. But what I mean with not doing anything with the concept is, Battle Royale as a concept is, you have an escalating situation with multiple people involved. There's a soft enrage built into the concept. In most Battle Royales, that's just the shrinking arena, and that's kind of it. And that's exactly my point. The overwhelming majority of games haven't done anything with that concept other than, hey, fight each other and also there's a shrinking arena. Go have fun. Now, there are some games that have done some things with that, including the Mario 35 and the Tetris Battle Royale, both of which actually tried to make the concept something more interesting other than the arena is shrinking. But if you ask me what specifically, I'm going to go and be honest and say that I haven't put any real thought into that. So I don't know off the top of my head. That is what we call a creative question, which would involve sitting down and thinking for a while to try and come up with something cool with the concept. I suppose it would depend on the core genre of the game in question. So, like, say, a point-and-click adventure game. No, I'm joking. Yeah, so why are you down here at the beach? They're enjoying the beach. So what actually happened was he was bringing the dancers, who are dressed like that, down there. And the dancers immediately abandoned the cart that was dragging them here to Rich Asshole and just wanted to go see the beach. And we're now going and gathering them up from the beach because Rich Asshole, excuse me, is impatient for his dancer girls. Right. That is the one, Rax. I forget his name. Gagaruju, I believe. Who is just the worst. That's not true. There's worse than him, but he is absolutely a rich asshole. Beat him in triple triad. I don't know how to. Thank you, Snicker friend. As always, I will jot that down for Chrono Cross. The command is exclamation mark, the letter Q, space, and then your question. Hey, Rax, go beat this guy in triple triad for Giga Pudding, would you? I blew up some wagons for you. Now he wants me to go. But look out. Got it. Okay. Hi, Valvatrix. Right. You. Okay. Meanwhile, I killed some buffalo for you. I am certain those beasts were innocent of any crime, but as well they have been dispatched regardless. In truth, I believe Master Gegaruju knows in his heart that the buffaloes are not the cause, and it is in fact the primal titan. However, he also realizes his wealth would not avail against such a threat. That's an interesting form of helplessness, but whatever. Oh my god, I hate this guy. Overcome by the ocean, are they? Seduced by the sand, with me waiting? Me, who paid so dearly to see their unparalleled undulations? How delightful. They are true artistes, as beautiful inside as they are out. Gridania is green and Ulda is golden, but only Costa del Sol is blue and white. Yes, I should have thought of it earlier and given them leave to play on the beach. Ah, happy it is to be a wealthy man. I shall wait because I can. I am no drudge quaking at the sound of a master's step, nor am I a knuckle-biter who needs a bottle of brandy wine to keep the tremors at bay. I shall enjoy the anticipation and fulfillment alike. I'm also just the worst. Excellent timing. Such a still, wilting day, and I had a little thought, and a violet, not a rose, to call up a refreshing breeze. So go kill some wind sprites in order to generate a breeze for me. Meanwhile, she's concerned with enemies that are literally knocking away at the foundations of their little settlement? I'm not sure what to call this place. Umbral Magnus says, which Tor classes are worth playing? All of the Sith ones. All 4 of the Sith ones. Past that, it kind of depends on what you're into. Also, that's changing / has changed with the recent expansion, so keep that in mind. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Imperial Agent is probably the worst of the classes from a gameplay perspective, but the best from a narrative perspective. Sith Warrior is a good mix of the two. So is Sith Inquisitor, and Bounty Hunter is honestly kind of boring, but at least starts off pretty strong and has some good, amusing moments. The only class I can recommend to any extent on the Republic side would be Smuggler. Even that's got a bunch of asterisks attached. Let's see. Let me delete some of these here. There we go. Oh, I need to delete your earlier question about Demon Hunters, because I actually answered that one. Tara says, time permitting, would you kill yourself in your stupid, ugly face? Well, my face is very stupid and ugly, Tara. You don't need to keep beating me with the pistol. Please stop beating me with the pistol, Tara. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So let's generate the breeze. Oh, wait. Hang on. There we go. Let's generate the breeze. For this rich asshole. Is that Cancer? I think Cancer literally just despawned. Like, as I was staring at it. That's... Ladies and gentlemen, we have defeated Cancer. Cancer fled before us. Time and finances permitting. Would you want to do a StarCraft sequel rewrite project? Let me think about that for a second. Oh no, it's the Gripper, and it's dead. Wait, it survived a hit! That's actually impressive. I respect that crab. That thing survived a hit. One attack. Why is there no music playing? Up, 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 up. Oh, thank God it's daytime. Play some friggin' music. God. Like I said, Giga Pudding, I'm impressed. That crab survived one attack from a level 90 dancer. Granted, I only have level 80 gear on. Because, you know, I can't do Endwalker yet, but still, impressive. Okay. So a StarCraft sequel / rewrite project. So if somehow magically I had infinite time and money in a holodeck, yeah, no, that would absolutely be one of the things I would love to do. But that's never happening. I mean, right now we're doing feasibility tests. So some of you may not know this. Low Reloaded and I actually have a meeting every Sunday to talk about the Trek Rewrite project. And right now, we're fully in what we would call the production cycle. We've actually halted all specific production on the episodes because we're thinking about implementing it in different ways and what's feasible and what's available and blah, blah, blah. One moment. I got your stupid models. Whoops. But, okay. But anyways, and right now the biggest problem we're both facing is time. We could kind of go forward with the project in the manner that we wish to if we somehow had more time, which neither of us do. He's busy. He's got a full-time job and a family to take care of. I'm busy. I stream my brains out. Interesting. So he says, oh my gosh, the storm sprite attacked you? So only you enjoyed a refreshing buffeting? I had but a whimpering whiffle. Oh, Philly. Now I shall be blood again. So he brought these birds to this area and deliberately bred them, but he still owns them, of course. So he is now upset that they're being poached. And I don't even know where to begin with that, to be completely honest with you, so I'm just going to move on. Oh my god! Well, let's go talk to this poacher. And murder that Lalafell. Anyways, so, Trek Rewrite. The biggest problem is time. We have a method of progressing for the project, but even that isn't really all that great, and we're looking into the possibility of hiring an animator to do the animation side of things. Because animation, I don't know if you know this, takes a ridiculous amount of time, which is actually the reason the Trek Rewrite project has been on hold. Right, okay. Well, let's go over here. So, as a direct consequence, I was gonna say, Zero has a full-time job, and obviously has absolutely no idea how to animate. I mean, duh, right? But yeah, animation takes forever. I can do it. I have done it, as anybody who's seen the existing episodes can attest to. Correct, Elizar. It's not going to show up. I'm just saying. If it hasn't shown up by now, it absolutely 100% certainty will not show up. There. I stole the birds. This button? No, this one. Nope. There it is. Sorry, I'm actually using a new mouse because the old one was finally dying on me to an extent that was no longer acceptable for workflow, so it's like, fine. So I'm now using a worse mouse that functions properly. So apparently these people actually built the town, and then Goo swept in and just bought it. And then bought the fish, and then bought the beach, and then bought the birds, and then bought everything because, I mean, he can do that. He's rich. That's what that means. Anyways, because animation takes so damn long, we've been looking into hiring an animator in order to do that side of things. And if that fails, well, then the entire Trek Pre-Rate project just gets to wait until I am at the point where I want to be in terms of streaming, so I can pull back on streaming so I can have time to do things that are not streaming. And that's like a year plus out at this point. Oh my god. That settled their hash, and now I have another bone to pick with me. 12, no, I have many a skeleton in my closet. Don't read too much into that, but those settlers are quite the ossuary. Costa del Sol was Admiral Merlweb's hobby horse. She had an idea to settle the area and brought a number of folk on indenture. The terms were very generous. Hardly anyone died, a credit to her leadership. Very, very creditable, but she had no head for business, kept trying to farm the salty land. I stepped in and saved her from ruin. You see Costa del Sol now, a jewel of commerce and culture, but I assure you it was not when I purchased it. Many of the settlers have stayed and prospered. Why, a good third of my household was once raw pioneer. But some people are like figs, they want to stay the same. Tiresome, I say. They've no one to blame but themselves. Fnoff, I say, fnoff. Ah, Chauncey, the chocolate icing, please. Snickerfriend asks, how many months do you think the whole FF14 run will take? I'll take a drink on that. The answer has never changed. The answer is I have no idea. Inside? Oh, hey. Speaking of elitist dickheads. You call this cork? Pah! This sad squelchy thing isn't fit to kiss my back end, let alone fine whites and reds. You're dead to me! He actually says that. You want me to... Okay. There are raptors patrolling the vines. Sure. Gum Gum says, ever thought of creating a villain that has such an ego that they speak in third person? Well, I'm going to repeat Lunaruth on this one and say that that doesn't necessarily mean they have such of an ego, but truth be told, the answer to your question is still no in both directions. I have not made a villain that speaks in third person, nor have I made a villain with a gigantic ego. At least not that I'm aware of. Could Mensk have been a rival to Amon if he succeeded in taming the hybrid Duran created for him, and had killed Duran? No and no, respectively, because of the words kill Duran. And, well, Mensk is certainly a terror and a threat in his own right, but even Raynor, who was, let's be honest, at the tier of threat that Mensk was, in terms of personal competence and ability to work as a group and blah, 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 was only a threat to Amon because of the fact that he had so many people backing him, including Kerrigan. So, no. He could have been part of the solution, though, absolutely. Let's see here. What would be the first thing I would do with a holodeck? That's a good question. So I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I don't really have much of an interest in a holodeck to just run around and play in, if that makes any sense. My interest in a holodeck is as the ultimate interface, computer interface. I would make stuff in the holodeck. I would write, I would paint, I would do music, I would design stories, shows, movies, and games in the holodeck. So what you're asking me is, what is the first thing I want to make? And that's a good question. Yes, I killed the raptors for you, you moron. Do I need to kill more raptors for you? Yep. What is that cork I asked for? If you believe loitering will secure you a glass of something, you are very much mistaken. And possibly dead to me. This is such a lovely person. You're welcome. He spent the entire turn-in thing bashing his own people rather than saying something like that might approximate the words, thank you. Hey, why are you cowering over here? Oh, you're not cowering, sorry. You're looking. Okay. You, sure. Don't expect too much. This guy thinks he's about to meet a true artiste. I'm not sure, that's gonna work out much. Anyways, so what's the first thing I would make with a holodeck? That is a good question, because what that is effectively saying is I'm removing some of the time and much of the cost and expertise limitations. Like, if I wanted to make a game right now, I would be screwed, and basically couldn't do it, because I don't have access to the tools necessary to do so, nor the knowledge or expertise with them. If I have a holodeck, I just start making a game right off the bat. So I guess the first broad question is, would I want to make a show or a game first? And that is a tough question. Let me think about that for a minute. Oh my God. What? Fine, I will go kill the enemies that are knocking some of the local foliage into the river, which is preventing you from harvesting it. Yeah, see, that's why I'm really torn. I do actually want to make shows someday. I really do. I mean, I'm making the Trek rewrite, and that's as close to that as I'm probably ever going to get. But I do have several ideas in my head that I do specifically want to do shows with, as opposed to games. Although all of them could work as a game. Like, one of the story ideas that's been bouncing around my head for a while, I've mentioned this before, is a story. It's a really, really, really down-to-earth story centered around a settlement planet towards the Rimward regions. And it's just, there's a restaurant there. And the restaurant there is... No, Rax! And the restaurant there caters to both magics and mundanes by providing scents for the magicals and food for the mundanes. And I've got a bunch of story ideas for that, and I've been building in my head for a while. And I really want to do that story, and in my head it's always been a show. There's nothing that would prevent me from turning that into a game, either. I just have to think about which format would be best for it. We done? We're done. I'm going to pause for a moment. We're almost done with Launoskea. I say pause for a moment. I'm just going to go up here. So far, very unimpressed with these. There has, however, been a little bit of world building, a little bit of fleshing out of some of the areas, the regions, and the cultures. So on the story axis, they're boring and drivel, except when they're kind of interesting. And on a gameplay axis, they're awful. So you can probably already guess where I'm thinking with regards to review purposes here. Okay. Okay. Apparently, so those two are healers, and this is a healing area, which makes sense. But they want me to distribute mulled wine for healing purposes, and to get some oil for a goldsmith who refuses to go away because they're a dick. But yeah, I mentioned the healing things. I'm not showing off the fact that this woman's in a bikini. I'm showing off the fact that this is like a health spa area. Sorry, I should have actually mentioned that walking into that. Excuse me. So yeah, there's a lot of that kind of a thing going on here. Absolutely, Ruth. I look forward to it. This? Yeah, okay, sure. But the intent is to do all the side quests. As always, I reserve the right to change my mind on that, but we are certainly going through these at roughly the pace I was predicting we would be going through them. There's a reason I'm on my level 90 ranged instant cast character. And flying everywhere. I mean, if you're paying attention, we're already about a fourth of the way through all of these. A little below a fourth. We're not quite a fourth, but we're getting there. There you go, have some wine. This will make you feel better. I mean, does it? I don't know. Anyways. So right, I haven't actually answered Umbral Magnus's question. So the first thing. So you know me. My general approach has always been to start with something, you know, easier as sort of a test case. You're welcome. And then work up from that, right? So that restaurant story I just mentioned, I wouldn't start with that, because that's something I really want to work on. It's like the FF6 Theater. I really want to do the FF6 Theater, so we're not doing that anytime soon. No, your Dancer will start at 50. Just like Red Mage, just like... I thought Dancer was 70. But anyways, it starts at the class you can get it at. So like Red Mage starts at 50, Samurai starts at 50, Dancer starts at 60 apparently, thank you. By the way, I know I meme a little bit, because it's kind of part of the job, but let me be very clear. I do legitimately think Dancer is one of the best designed classes in this game. It is a very tightly designed class, ignoring how fun it is to play. Good morning, Korgoth. Thank you for the bits, as always. Whoop. Hey, it's Godbert. This is the goldsmith? Really? He visited a buffalo with a handsaw. He liked it not and I sustained a most horrific scratch. I smarted so, and the ache. Oh no, I was not thrown. I'm not so good as that. No, when the beast shook its head, I stepped backward, slipped, and fell. And then I fell again later, strolling back to the dog cart. No need to be shy. You're an adventurer and I'm a goldsmith. The body is simply an instrument in need of oiling. Oil, sir! You want me to oil you. God, I hate you so much. There. Be oiled. You want me to oil... Okay, I will continue to oil you. Yep, okay. Yep, have some more oil. Here, let me rub down your legs, I guess, based on that. And now we're getting the shoulders. I shall now have a brief drowse, then soak in the springs until sundown. After that, a humble meal with white wine from my own stock, and perhaps peaches. I have decided to destroy the entire world. On all honesty, I didn't know that quest existed. I know Godbert is a character outside of Hildebrand, but I assumed he was a serious character outside of Hildebrand, not that. Aww. Okay. Godbert apparently has passed out. Under a waterfall, no less. Wake up! Alright, well, here, have some freezing lake water. Oh, okay, have some more freezing lake water. Wake the hell up! Oh my god. Oh no, he's dead. Oh, it's you. He of strong yet tender fingers. I was lost, I freely confess it. I came to this retreat an artisan whose craft had lost its savor. Enriching myself by indulging customers' grossest taste. I was ready to suffer privations, and I did, but today, several hours into the ordeal of the scalding water, my life flashed before my eyes. There I saw exquisite forms, filigree masks, steel cut to shine like diamonds, graceful galleries of electrum, where emeralds took the air with pearly suitors. I must return to Ul'dah. Yes, please. Please get out of here and never return. Ugh. God. Damn it, Korkov. That's... Listen, hopefully that's not going to be a recurring thing, and I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you. Thank you, Korgoth. Our goldsmith has departed for home, I'm glad to say. He left you a ring. It's a fragment from Dalamud, because of course it freaking is. Can I delete this? Oh my god, that is such a junk ring. Yeah, you know what? You know what? This is what I think of your goddamn ring. Delete. We done here? We're not quite done here. Hang on. By the way, a little bit of geography here for just a second. Remember the Wanderer's Palace? That would be the Tonberry Dungeons. That's here, right here. There's the Wanderer's Palace. Kind of. There's the entrance to the Wanderer's Palace. It's actually more accurate. The actual Wanderer's Palace, I believe, is one of these? No, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm not 100% sure which of these is actually the Wanderer's Palace. Let's see. So, first thing I would make. Right. I still haven't answered that question. You've hit me with a big one, Umbral Magnus. What is the first thing I would make? Yeah, but that's cheating, Jesse Ward. Because that's duh. Yeah, it would be a test run something, and I'm kind of leaning towards a game. So what's the first game? What's the tutorial game I want to make? Here, have some food. You're welcome. Sure. Ride to Hell Retribution 2. The Revengeing. And I can actually call it that. Dota 3, aka the worst game. No, I mean, that just sounds like every other boring game in the universe, Disco. No offense to anybody who likes those games, including me, I should add. What would you do, Rex? First game, like, you have a holodeck. What's your tutorial game? Got you some bones. Oh my god, these are Pokemon! Sorry. Cool. Yeah, admittedly, most of the game ideas I have in my head are games I care about, which means they're games I wouldn't start with. They're games I would want to finish with, so to speak. Like, there's a Metroidvania I've been building in my head for a while. I'm not going to start with that. There's also a 4X game I've been building in my head for a while, and a politics grand strategy game. Emphasis on the politics. I would not make 80s Gates McFadden. Tempting, but no. I'd feel weird. There's no consent, so... Not cool. What do we got here? Alright, this might work out. What if I got her permission? Excuse me, are you engaged? Yes, could I make a clone of you when you were younger to have sex with, please? So, there's two random game ideas that I've had that I'm not super invested in that I could use. So one of them is Warcraft in space. Go ahead, get the joke out. I'll wait. Okay. I'm glad to know that you care so much about killing the kobolds up here. Aw, it's actually nice of him. So the commander gets the better food because he's the commander. He's actually willingly sharing it with some of his men, so... That's actually surprisingly decent of him. I mean, Maelstrom, so that tracks. Oh, it's in here, maybe? Fusion. Oh, god dang it. Listen, we're gonna kill a lot of kobolds, okay? Like just all the kobolds. So one of them is, imagine a game similar to Bomberman in overall construction and approach. The way the game would be structured, the story would be told without dialogue. And you would start off deep within a specific, like an asteroid or whatever, as part of a mining crew. And you would have to use your tools, the drills, the bombs, etc., in order to make your way through what is effectively a maze and filled with enemies. Here, have some frickin' fish. You're welcome. See? Sharing food with the men. You thought I was joking. And it wouldn't be a super long game. The point is, and the main reason I would want to build it, is it would be an exercise in animation direction. An attempt to tell a story without a single line of dialogue, as I already mentioned. So it would be kind of horrifying. Most things I write are pretty horrifying. But the whole idea would be, as they're going up, things just get worse and worse and worse. Some people would die. Some people die based on how you do certain levels. Whether or not you use tool X or Y in a specific area would have a bit of a knock-on effect on layers further above you because you're effectively drilling up. You get the idea. Imagine a scene where there's a sinkhole and one of your party members just gets yanked into it and you just see them. There's no sound coming out, but you just see the absolute nightmarish terror in their eyes as they're being dragged down below. And the person left behind is just... And it takes a few seconds for them to even realize that they need to run, you know? All silent. So that's game one. Game two. So I mentioned Warcraft in space. What that actually means, it would be a boarding game. The entire function of the gameplay, the core combat loop, would be you are Marines, Space Marines you might even say, whose entire job it is to board enemy spacecraft. And so that would be the entire function of it, is each enemy ship would have a different layout, different defenses, and different troops on board, which would be trying to resist you. And obviously you'd start off with some lower ones. There would be some room for quote-unquote milk runs, Like, for example, imagine that you go on board and you're boarding this ship, and it's just mostly civilians, and so they can't offer you a lot of resistance because they're just civilians. But if you push them too hard, or just based on the story, I'm not sure which, you push them so hard that they freak out and they end up trying to detonate their own ship, which would not only kill a lot of your people, but also the very ship that you're attached to them with, and all sorts of stuff like that. Like, there would be ways to make the mission structure more interesting than simply XCOM on shipboarding, but that would be the structure of how that game would be. There you go. There's my answer, finally. I'm pretty sure Umbral Magnus has left 58 minutes ago, but I finally answered the question. You... Okay. Excuse me. You want me to deliberately find... Oh, by the way, the Kobold Beast quests are up here, which I've also maxed out. You want me to find a freaking... Okay. Storage... So Gum Gum says, do you say capitalism has ruined your favorite video games? No, greed has ruined my favorite video games, also stupidity. I could hazardous, but that would involve time I don't have. So, sucks to be them! Any questions? Rax says, do you get these time estimate questions for Tor and WoW? Yeah, I did. Not as badly, though. I don't want to sound harsh, but I have a really strong feeling that several people are... upset, I think is the word I'm going to use, that we're going to be spending so much time streaming a single game. Listen, Lunaru, it's my job to ignore people whenever they're terrifying. And you have truly terrified me. Okay. Well, no, it's more along the lines of hazardous that I really legitimately do not have time to do what you're suggesting. It's actually a suggestion someone's already given. I try to chapter up some of my things, but adding chapters for a 5-hour VOD? Yeah, no. Especially for how many questions we churn through in a given day. We've actually been here in the MSQ, but for the most part, you haven't seen it because we went in here, which is the Kobold Stronghold. But this is Northern? What's the name of this song? No, Outer Lanoskia. I can't pronounce that word, and I'm not going to try. Outer Limsa. That's where we're at. So now that we've killed a Kobold Golem in order to use its Soul Stone in order to place some bait, wander over here, interact with a thing. It's going to take entirely too much time. Wow, you lived through a hit. That continues to be impressive. Yep, there's Azure right here. That's how this stuff is floating. No, it does not, Disco. Rax says... Oh, I already answered that, sorry. Jesse Ward says, would you prefer fiction to refer to 9,999 years? No, I prefer writers actually do their goddamn jobs. That's what I prefer. My main issue with that isn't the length of time, it's the fact that they just throw it out as a generic time rather than actually thinking about it. Got it. So they're understaffed as they're fighting the kobolds, which are only fighting them because they themselves have been pushing against the kobolds. So they're so understaffed that we are now trying to tame corals in order to fight the kobolds for us. This is a terrible idea. Land. There you go. Without spoiling too much, does the game follow up on the whole reviving the Bacchus grapes wine industry from the MSQ? I'm going to be real, I do not remember. Then again, there are a couple of holes in my memory in this game. For example, I don't know if the game ever follows through on the hear, feel, think thing. I have a theory on the matter, but in my memory of this game's MSQ, they never actually answer what that even means. There. I mean, there's the Evilise line, which we'll get there when we get there. But otherwise, I have no idea. Boop. Who's your favorite villain who would understand exactly why they did what they did, and who would probably have done the same thing in their place, but you also knew they deserved to die and were happy when they did? Xehanort. Well, I'm pretty sure I've tamed these corals sufficiently. The question was, a villain who... Let me just read the whole thing. A villain who you understand why they did what they did. You would have probably done the same thing in their place, but you knew they deserved to die, and were happy when they did. Let's see here. So, yeah, I'm actually going to abandon this quest. Because I don't think I'm physically capable of doing that one. But so we did it. We tamed some corals. Yay. Mega Skull shows up and says, I watched that episode of Star Trek. Which? Oh, Triskelion. Or the game shows up Triskelion. I don't remember it at all. Just the brains. Didn't they try to redo that in the animated series? I don't know if I'd say redo, but they do revisit the concept, yes. Why do these quests keep changing? Chaining. And it's nighttime again, so the music's gone again. God damn it. Yep, nope, that's great. I understand what you're... Why are you still telling me this? You want me to go kill a specific priest because it's causing issues by roiling up the local kobolds into a religious fervor. Got it. And then he spent 5 more bits of dialogue telling me how much this person needs to die. I get it. Let's go. Yeah, no, exactly, Rax. Did you know that WoW had this same problem? Now, I'm using had, past tense. WoW came up with a solution. It's not an elegant solution. It's very much a Band-Aid solution. But they gave you a specific... well, it's a toy, actually, but... It's effectively a mode. You toggle it on and off. While you have that mode on, you actually cannot kill things. They'll always stop at 1 HP. It is extraordinarily useful for doing this kind of thing. It is, in fact, why they added it, was for doing low-level quests where you had to not kill an enemy like this. And since it's a toggle, you just flip it on for the quest, and you flip it off when you're no longer on the quest. There's the priest! Priest is dead. Yeah, I was going to say, Shadowbringers I know does quest sync, although I don't know what its ranges are. Which is actually irritating, but good, if that makes any sense. It's irritating because the quests slowly get harder as my gear doesn't improve. But it's good. It's good design. God, okay. You wish you were a balloon. He's just said he wishes he was a balloon. That's just... That's the words that came out of his mouth there. I just want y'all to be aware of that. It's just... Okay. Well, we've covered the kobold front. Well, it's not the dumbest idea I've ever heard, Gum Gum. But I do think that the twist that might be is completely unnecessary and, frankly, actually ruins the Pokemon franchise as well as its lore and backstory. You're welcome. And that is Lanoskea. However you pronounce this goddamn zone. Moving on to Thanalin. So, that was a bunch of quests. How much was that? How long? We just spent about an hour and a half doing that. It's about on pace. So, let's part and parcel, shall we? Pretty sure this zone is clear, and I'm correct. Okay. Yep, okay. No, thought so. Well, let's pray return to the Waking Sands. Let's see here. Gum Gum says, how would the Empire handle the Orzammar dwarves? Very carefully, but that is definitely a Bastion scenario. They need to resolve and fix themselves and to be a less horrifically awful and evil organization and political infrastructure and caste system, and none of that's acceptable. So they would infiltrate in order to try and help them better themselves. If they fail, then they'd be cordoned and never could interact with other races ever again. After an evacuation ship, of course. As I live and breathe, the Warrior of Light! Haven't seen your like in years, not since Cartano. Okay. 2 veterans burdened with experience beyond the common man's ken. I say, we should be friends, you and I! Have you heard of the Wine Bod? He was an explorer of some renown 10 years ago, though he regrettably retired and passed on not long ago. It said he found a treasure worth 100 million gil. Right. What do we do for the treasure? I say, we! I shall share in the spoil. Should you undertake this quest, you will receive no guidance from the journal or duty list. Wait, what? What is this thing? Hold up. Greatest story never told. I don't even know what Vampire Survivors is, Korgoth. Yeah, it's a scavenger hunt with a lot of riddles built into it. When we solve them, this is a lot. Interesting. There's no reward. The experience reward for this is 0. The guild reward for this is 10. There is no benefit to doing this whatsoever. Other than the achievement, if you happen to care about those, which obviously I do not. No, the point of this story... So these quests... These quests exist for players who want scavenger hunts and riddles. No judgment. I'm not into that. WoW does this too, actually. WoW has these kind of unmarked quests, where there's a whole thing you have to do in order to lock down and figure it out, and yada yada, and there's a whole type of, there's entire discords dedicated to figuring out what you're supposed to do next, yada yada yada, you get the idea. But we're not doing this. No. Yeah, the squid mount, or, not BFA, Pandaria had one. We're not doing the scavenger quest, because the only way I can do them is with a walkthrough, and that kind of defeats the point. Like, for example, let's see here. You'll find a clue! It says there's certain words, and certain of them are capitalized. And you're supposed to use the emote for that thing, so that's not too bad, right? But then you have something like, for example, you get the number 2605160825180418090620, and you're supposed to figure out what that means. So figure it out. I'll just tell you, because I'm staring at a walkthrough, it's actually a cipher. You're supposed to equate numbers to letters and use that to figure out where the items are. But we're super duper not doing that. So I'm just going to call that a wash and move on. So I can't fairly judge it, so... Yeah. Exactly, Rex! You figured it out, holy crap. Happiness begets complacency. Only through discontentment that one rises to become more. Oh. Okay. I don't... Okay. I don't want your loyalty, dude, but sure. I'll go earn it. For some reason. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I couldn't, in good conscience, just give a negative to that kind of a quest. It's a scavenger hunt quest. That is the very nature and format of it. And, more to the point, it tells you that up front. It says, hey, this is a scavenger quest. Now, if that warning didn't exist, that would suck. But it does. It's okay. What is a sweet-smelling huntress? Like, has she perfumed her fur? Is that what that is? I'm not sure what to make of that. But anyways, Disco asks a question. And I'm going to ask this of everyone else who plays FF14 in chat right now. If you could freely respond as your Warrior of Light, what would your response be to the question, for whom do you fight? Jeez, no need to be a dick about it. Really? No, it's more like I'm okay with it as long as the game does it properly, Hazardous. And I can't judge if it's doing it properly because I'm not doing the quest. When is this question asked? I have no idea. Okay. For those I remember, Rex. There we go. And there goes the music again. Damn it, game. Okay. So the leader, has apparently flat out banished all outside trade, which is always a great idea for an isolated town in the desert. Sure, I'll rescue your people who are having trouble hunting and gathering the food that they need because you specifically forbade outside trade with people who are selling food! Invalid! Sorry, just... Anyways. Interesting answers in chat, consequently. I'm reading all of them. I don't know if Disco's reading them, but I am. Okay, I'm gonna read that one out loud. Makes it tough to get up and... Right shame about the nun's decision. A store in the Springs would have been a kindness. It's just a crying shame, and the worst part is there's no changing the old Mikote's mind, mostly on the account of the fact that he doesn't have one. Sure. What do you fight? About 500 tombstones. Holy crap, it's a bomb! Sure, I'll just clear out the bombs for you that are specifically being drawn to your equipment. What is this, Factorio? Yeah, he just likes to chain his quests a little bit too much, doesn't he, Rex? Like, normally I like chaining quests, but goddamn. For whom do you fight? For Pony. No, that's a meme answer. That would not be my answer. I suppose I should answer you myself, Disco, but the problem is I don't play the Warrior of Light as if they are a separate character from myself. I didn't intend that, but the longer the game went on and the more I played, the more I just started role-playing me. Tier 3 insertion, to put it simply. So, for whom do I fight? I fight for people. That's how that works. Hey, are you okay? Oh my god! Those were sandfish. You're not sorry to me. You're sorry you failed. Right. You could crop your tail as penance. But that's horrible. Do I believe in Eorzea? No. I mean, no, I don't. This place is a mess. Well, I mean, home is where the heart is, Lunaruth, as the saying goes. For whom do you fight, Pretzel? You fight for the morons, the fools, the invalids. Oh, there we go. Do you fight for the 0.1% who own the entire planet? No, really, think about it. I mean, if you asked me if I have any loyalty to the United States in real life, I would say no. I have none whatsoever. But do I have loyalty to several of the people who live within this country? Yeah, absolutely. I don't particularly care about the place, I care about the people. Yeah, get out of here. Okay, let me clear this up a little bit. We have a slightly easier way out of here. There you go. Oh my god. You don't know why I help you. What kind of stupid question is that? Why would you help me? You were injured in the middle of an Amalja encampment. Why wouldn't I help you? See, I've also been a bit of an itinerant person my entire life. I've told several times the stories about how as a child I used to move multiple times per year. I moved just 2 years ago. You know? Like, I think the longest I've ever lived in one location in my entire life is 4 years. I'm not really attached to places. I never have been. Now, I can understand hypothetically the concept of a home, but I've never had one. And while this guy continues to be a dick, like you do. But he wants me to psych up the lady so she doesn't, you know, die. So, that's something. I'll give him that. What? Okay. Okay, nope, that makes more sense now that I've seen that. Well, we have apparently just successfully recruited the U, this tribe of Makote, to work for the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. When did this happen in story? Exactly? By the way, the turn-in for that quest is at the freaking Waking Sands. We're going to hold off on that for a minute. So, the quest I just got from these women who are bathing in the pools is, you look terrifying. Could you go please look terrifying to the people who are oogling us? No, I'm not joking. And of course, they don't have cameras, so they're drawing them. Like you do. Get out of here. Is there another one? There are... Why are there so many people oogling them? Go away. I must rise above these base impulses if I am to rise to anything. How? Oh my god! How many people are oogling these women? Jesus! 6, by the way. The answer is 6. Anyone else? There's someone else somewhere. Oh, there they are. Hello. Oh, damn. Go buy a magazine or something. Jesus. They're gone. Not an ogler in sight. You have my gratitude, adventurer. Although having a good look at you, I suppose I wouldn't mind if you stole a peek now and again. Yeah, sorry. I'm busy. I got other things to do. Let's see here. Questions. Thoughts on the possibility of humans being Pokemon? Like I said, it's dumb and it ruins Pokemon lore. Which Pokemon would you marry and why? I'd rather die. Should I ask your thoughts on humans once pairing Pokemon? Well, I feel like I've already given that. All these questions. Would I be interested in writing a Fallout story with My Little Pony characters in it? No. Yes, I know that's a real thing, but no. Sorry, I have to... Hey, to bring this over... I have no idea what I'm doing. I got this far into their camp and I froze. It's okay. I shall psych you up. You got this. Stupid question. Do I think mandatory military service would help unite Americans? No. I mean, people who live within the United States are certainly rather divided, but they also always have been. That's nothing new. It's like people in Italy are divided, or people in France are divided, or people in Russia are divided. People are divided. That's how that works. Until I take over, of course, and implement the mind control device. Then people will be a lot less divided. Okay. So this guy over here has been trying to actually train the woman and build her up so that she has enough confidence to not freak out over the assignments she's being given. This guy over here has been yelling at her non-stop, browbeating her into telling her that she's stupid, worthless, and terrible, and calling her a failure. When finally called into the fact that we've been assisting her, he is upset at us and insists that we, and that guy over there, stop interfering with his command structure. He is suddenly missing a head. By the way, that's another one of the story arcs we've talked about. Only one, really, in this particular hub, but, you know. There is a story arc here. It's completely unlabeled. Hey. Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, even if you divide the United States down into an individual state, good luck finding a specific state that is not divided. Hell, I don't even agree with Rax! On certain things, I'm sure. Like, Rax thinks leveling should be slow and arduous and terrible. I can't do this quest. Got it. And so we're done. Okay, we did it. Alright, moving up. Let's head to Little El Amigo. What? I'm not doing that quest naked at level 80 to try and actually do it. That is not worth my time. I'm joking anyways, Rax. I couldn't think of something that we actually disagree. I know we've had our actual disagreements. I just couldn't think of a real one. Oh my god. This place is haunted! What? I'm afraid not, Disco. But I will kill you. There we go. Alright, so the place is haunted. We need medicine. Except that they're actually refusing her medicine because they think it's poison, because they're stupid. This person needs me to go get some medicine. That's funny. This dude wants me to kill some bandits. Hey, Corpse Brigade! We actually talked about them very briefly. It's dark in here. Here, have a tonic that's not poison. Or don't? Wow. Okay. Alright. Refuse to take the poison because... excuse me, the poison, wow. The potion, because, and I quote, it smelled bad. Have you never encountered a tincture before? Do you expect it to taste like sweet meat or something? What is wrong with you? What about you? Here, have a tonic. A phony elixir, be gone. Okay. I'd rather die with dignity than owe my life to Ul'dan. Alright, well, that's 3 new corpses for the brigade, I guess. Let's get out of here. Oh, let me, damn it. Chocolate medicine. Alright. And then we'll have the opposite problem. Yes, I did, Mega Skull, and I'm not sure what I think of that. Other than, that's going to be very easy to screw up. Because it is going to be very easy to screw up. Hi. Yeah, I was gonna say, we got some anti-vaxxers in here, apparently. Nope, they're dead. Moving on. Yeah, I actually saw that there was another live letter and was confused for just a second. I use this on you. Kill you instantly. Oh, yep, we're good. Just had them kill the one. Like, hey, I brought you some medicine. Oh, I'd rather die. Okay. Look, I got other people to help, alright? You refuse help, that's on you. Enjoy the slow death. Oh no, Corpse Brigade! We're out of range? Really? There we go. Disco asks, hey, it's daytime. We might actually have music in a minute. Speaking of, Disco asks, which Grand Company's aesthetic do you think is best? And if not Maelstrom, why do you think you can lie to us, your devoted audience? Well, you see, it's very easy to lie for other people. Now, I'm actually terrible at lying, so I actually lack the ability to lie convincingly. I'd have to, like, be like, so yeah, no, I think that the Glarbagorgs are the best, visually speaking. They're so cool looking, because they've got Glarger on them. It's amazing. But I think they all suck, is my answer to you. All the aesthetics of the 3 Grand Companies suck. Now, if they had like a really cool blue company, like with a crystal motif, that would be awesome. But aside from that, they all suck. No luck, I see. Take heart. Age-old wounds are not healed so easily, but I will not give up this cause. Why? Maybe it's not me they distrust. Maybe it's the medicine. Yeah. That's well established. Here, have a poison. Mm-hmm. You're welcome, I guess. Yes, there's an epidemic going through the camp lately. I wonder why. Please go help get us some resources to help save it. Back in the heyday of Alamigo, the Corpse Brigade served our nation with pride and honor. It saddens me to see what they have become. I mean... Can I go out this way? Holy crap, I can. I just don't care for any of them, Disco. That's all. I'm not going to say they all suck, but they all suck, so. Well, let's get some wasp venom. Sounds like a wonderful use of my afternoon. You. Cactus Piss, a potent potable brewed from sabotender fruit by desert outgoat herders to help them forget the fact that they are outgoat herders. Interesting. Not sure what I think of that, but yeah, okay, whatever. Here, have some cactus piss. We'll, of course, not be holding on to this quest. We got stuff to do. So we got rid of the wasps, which were spreading it. That's cool. But you still have an epidemic right now. You know what I need while I'm out here in the desert? I need crumpet. Ah, delicious. Alright, hey you, moron. You mean me? Yes, you. And let's add the dyes to the list. There we go. I don't begrudge my countrymen their judgments, because Even through clouded eyes, that girl means well, and I can't bring myself to scorn her good intentions. But you're asking about medicine. We aren't much for alchemy, but we've got a fair share of remedies. Steep the fruit of sabotender in hot water. Yeah, it's a tea. That's... okay. So you... okay. So you'll refuse medicine, but you'll drink tea. Ah, that tracks. Megaskull says, during... hang on. Megaskull says, kill these sabotenders. Okay, done. Looked. Question your lore runs of WoW. I take it you hated playing through Kata again to do those. Kata is alright, just my issue is with the final raid and Spine of Deathwing fight. So I'm curious why you think that one of my favorite questing expansions is an expansion I hated to play through. However, to answer your question rather firmly, no, I did not hate replaying WoW. The only parts of WoW I hated replaying were BC and Wrath, because both of them kinda suck. For different reasons. Here you go, have some fruit. You can make some tea with this. And maybe you can, you know, put some medicine in the tea, and then the people will take the frickin' medicine in the tea. What are you, dogs? For those of you who don't get that reference, sometimes when I was taking care of Lordog back when she was still alive, one of the ways I would get her to take her medicine would be to literally bury it in her food so that she would eat it without even realizing it was there. From my understanding, putting the pill in the food is a fairly normal method of getting an animal to take a medicine. By the way, they're still being dicks about this. To make cactus tea, sabotender fruit is dried, ground into fine powder, and then left to sit a full night under the Menfina's gaze to frighten away the spirits of the sabotender that dwelled inside the seeds. That's not how that works. The powder is then added to boiling water and stirred until a foam forms on the water surface. The foam is given to break the fever. The remaining liquid discarded under a rock found to the north of the patient. Yeah, we don't do alchemy here. Just... anyways, I'm giving them tea which has actual medicine in it to heal them, because they'll take the tea, but screw that medicine. We won't have none of that. We don't like your kind around here. Here. I healed the morons by tricking them into taking medicine. Yay. I know plenty of people who like BC and vanilla Lord Harrimont. I'm going to be completely honest, I don't know why. I don't mean that as a negative. I really don't get it. The idea of actually enjoying those expansions is something that is alien to me. Let's go back to the Waking Sands really quick. Disco says, would you consider it morally right to spike those guys' food with the medicine if it worked? You mean the thing I just did? But it is a valid question. Is it morally acceptable to force someone to take medicine, to heal someone? That's a good question. That is such a good question that I'm not going to answer it. Because you're asking one of the core fundamental principles of medicinal ethics. Because you might say, well, it's easy. You just don't heal them if you don't have their consent. But there's actually a nice big gray morass in between there, which involves not just things like ignorance, like the morons we were just dealing with, but also lack of the ability to think for themselves, which itself is not a clearly defined thing. It's not like their wisdom modifier has lowered below -3, and therefore they no longer have, you know, enough sanity to choose for themselves. It's more like you just kind of have to gauge whether or not they are considered sane enough to make choices for themselves. And even that isn't necessarily true, because that then, what usually happens there is their legal right is given to someone else, and that just can lead to all sorts of horrible things. See what happened to Nichelle Nichols, for a good example of that. Yeah, this is actually a very complex and significant topic, which I do not have an answer to. By the way, there's apparently quests in here. What are these quests? That's okay. That's a vector quest to go do the quests I've already done. And that's a vector quest for stuff I've already done. Literally. That's literally a go-to quest to go to the Sahagin area and a go-to quest to go to the Kobold area. And that's it. So, we're not going to do either of those right now. We move on to our next zone. Linearith says, I haven't found a way to dye my glamour plates to have my glamour plates have specific dyes. Do glamour plates have a default dye of their constituent gear pieces? Or is there an option to have dyes in your glamour plate unlock later? Rax, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't dye my gear. If you can help her out, that would be awesome. There are no quests in this zone, but that actually makes sense. I'm pretty sure this is actually a zone I did. So we're just going to move on. I kind of don't die. I can die, I think. Oh, I can't die most of the stuff I have. Surely there's a piece of gear on me. I can... Yeah, nope. I'm sure I have dyeable gear somewhere on me. As we speak, our garrison prepares to march. We're going to leave watchtowers empty, so I want you to fly some flags in the watchtowers so the Garleans think they're still manned. Sure. Yep, we're definitely still here. Wink, wink. Ham. But yeah, Jesse Ward is quite correct. Let's say we're also presuming with the medical ethics question that the medicine in question is actually correct and will actually work. That's not a guarantee. That's not how medicine works. So it's entirely feasible that you could give them the wrong medicine against their consent, and, well, then their surviving family would be 100% in their legal rights to sue your brains out. Please let me land. Please let me land. Please let me land. Thank you. So, not every piece of armor can be dyed. I actually just hinted at that a second ago because the armor I am currently wearing cannot be dyed. I believe it's that, I know that's going to be way too small to see. Yep, okay, so you might or might not see there's a little plus sign in the upper right of my gear. And if it's red and black, that means it cannot be dyed. However, if it is a white, like this one right here, that means this one actually can be dyed. And then this pulls up the interface, and I can get all the colors, they all suck. There's also several different things, and it actually tells you the specific type of dye it is. So you have the whole interface, but you still have to go actually buy the dye in order to use it. That's true. If I play a blue mage, I've got a suicide button. Actually, I've got like 2, I think. Oh no, it's a thing! Dude, die. Oh my god, and then the music stopped again. What is with this? It's okay, the music problem will go away after ARR, I swear. But yes, right to refuse medicine is a real thing and a real legal concept. Do not resuscitate and all that. Ow. Where are we? Futurama now, hazardous? Suicide booths! Yep, that's great. We shall remain vigilant. Okay. I will go gather herbs for medicine for you. I feel like I do that a lot, but, you know, that's whatever. Dum-dum-dum-dum. Oh my god, it's a grenade! I'm not gonna ask how that gives us medicine. Let's just move on. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. I like the stool the little dude's standing on so he can, you know. Anyways, I got your reagents. Here you go. You're welcome. Of course you have more quests for me. Well, see you on. Skirmishes with the Garleans grow more frequent by the day. So, go administer the wound to the wounded. Okay, I can do that. Yeah, I would actually struggle to think of an ARR piece I like that isn't the Ironworks plate suit. Hello? Trying to think, because I remember most of the 50 armor suits, and they're not bad. But, like, I prefer every other artifact suit. Here you go. Disco says, can you imagine being a Lalafell? No. I already think I'm too short as is. I'd rather not lose about 4 feet. So that's a good point, Giga Pudding. So, as we all know, the warrior armor is some of the worst in the game. Point in fact, I dislike the warrior artifact suits so much that I don't actually have them anymore. I've deleted them. I know I could go re-get them, but when I was setting up the armor suits for all of my artifacts, you know, I was setting up my glamour plates, which I can't even look at right now, in order to try and set up for each of the classes for the sake of this run. I hated the warrior suit so much that I spent some time trying to find an alternate suit that wouldn't suck as badly. I spit upon it, Patui. You've probably seen it because it's the suit that the default Warrior of Light uses in the cutscenes, the cinematic, the CGI pre-rendered cutscenes. You're welcome. Please stop giving me more quests. You want me to? Okay. I will go kill Aramans in order to get more recipes for, or more mats for you. But yes, I am 6 foot dead. I don't know what that is in centimeters. And I would prefer to be taller if I had the option. You know, you say that, Cashel. So far, these side quests are leaning pretty heavily towards net negative, which is exactly what I expected. But it's a shame, because I was kind of hoping to be proven wrong. I have been proven wrong many times in this very run. Next zone. know I've done several of these quests. So, don't have as many here. Actually surprised how many there are, considering I have actually done quests in this zone. I don't know how tall my character is in lore. You know, that person right there, but I wouldn't mind being, you know, tall-ish. Okay. Sure. I'll deliver some meat for tacos. No, really. In honor of your dead fiancé. So let's go kill these things. Let's get their meat. Their sweet, delicious meat. It actually says the specific height in the character creation. I just haven't made it Elazon in quite a while, so I'm not sure how high I would be. Yeah, we bring potions, teas, and tacos, and you'd better eat them. Sure, I'll go look for your cousin who's missing and possibly in terrible danger. Okay. It's a vector quest. And that person wants me to gather mats for medicine. I feel like there really is a trend here. Sure. Yeah, apparently it racks. Jeez Louise. At least there's some friggin' music playing. And it's bright! I can actually see what I'm doing. For like another 30 minutes or whatever it is in-game. Or in real life. Hey, I brought you the meat. Here you go. Taco meat for tacos. Yeah. No amount of adventures she sends after killing these beasts will bring her brother back. His brother back. Her lover. She needs to move on with her life. God. Meanwhile, miners are flowing into the area because they found a mithril vein. But they're having some problems. We can fix that. We've got power. We've got the power of the dance. Oh my goodness. Skilled carpenters sought to aid in the construction of a new inn. Yeah, everyone's showing up as a miner. Where's the crafters? God. You know, all the crafters have currently been hired in Ishgard, building the firmament. I'm just joking. That timeline-wise, that's actually in the future from here. Okay, so questions. Lunera says, which is better for dungeon and raid encounter? Bosses. One moment. Realistic height or augmented height? I find it frustrating not to be able to see the bosses due to spell effects hiding them when they are normal height. So, that's actually a more multifaceted question than you'd think. So, some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that in WoW, the bosses are often, hysterically, made larger than normal. Now, there is a very fundamental and pragmatic reason for this. It is because of the fact that they want to make sure that you can see them amidst the thing. Remember, boss design was originally for 40 people when it came to WoW's raid design. Now, they've kept doing that partially out of habit. You want me... Okay. Partially out of habit, but also partially because of the original reasoning. There's a reason why Illidan suddenly grows twice his height when you encounter him in a raid, right? Here's the catch. That works just fine if you can zoom the camera out far enough. This is one of the few complaints I have about this game that I think Rax actually agrees with me on, which is, in boss fights, this may look like a large amount of zoom out, but in quite a few bosses, this isn't even far enough to see the entire boss. And that's actually problematic, especially on certain specific fights. It's not always a problem, but there are some individual fights where you have trouble actually seeing what the boss is doing because you can't zoom the camera out further on those particulars. So in other words, larger boss design is certainly nice, but you need to accommodate your camera design and your arena design as well. All three of those need to be working in conjunction. So just making the bosses bigger is not going to solve the problem by itself. That being said, in answer to your core question, I do prefer the WoW method. I do prefer the boss being larger, especially since it makes it easier to see, both in terms of animations and in terms of selecting while in the middle of a fest. I would have given WoW a plus for zoom before they shrank the camera size. Before they made it so you couldn't zoom as far out as you used to be able to. You could still zoom out pretty far in WoW, but you used to be able to zoom out even farther, and that was actually pretty awesome. I know what you meant, Linarith. It's just you brought up a topic and it was worthy of discussion. Why did they shrink it? You know, truth be told, I don't know. Why would you want to be able to zoom out that far? That's an interesting question. Weirdly enough, I actually like being able to tell what I'm doing. So being able to zoom the camera fully out gives you a very good amount of situational awareness, which is something that's rather helpful when you're doing a game that relies on very precise microsecond actions during some of the harder boss fights. Plus, it's a good way to get in the view when you're just roaming from place A to place B as you're just traveling around. It was Mr. Warlords, I forget which. It was when they pushed out the render radius. Or no, sorry, it was right before they pushed out the render radius, my bad. Because the render radius was pushed out in, like, BFA, I think. And yeah, to go back to that, you know, FF14 likes to have lore reasons for things. There is no lore reason for Illidan to suddenly be twice as big as he is in a raid. He just... Or, actually, if you want a more mundane example, because at least Illidan is part demon, right? When you do Icecrown Citadel, Tyrion Fordring just suddenly is a 10-foot-tall giant in the middle of the fight. No explanation. It's just that way because that way you can see him easier. Just long. Okay. So this is actually rather neat. This whole side quest has been about this guy trying to better the economic prosperity of this particular area, the Golden Bazaar. Specifically because once he becomes one of the richest men in Thanalan, he'll be able to give Caitlyn, that's the woman who lost the husband, the life those mongrels stole from her. She's held on to the memory of my brother for so long she's become blind to the people who care like her. People like, so he's totally lusting after his brother's wife, but that's okay, because he's actually doing it in kind of a sweet way. Summoner in particular is probably one of the better paced classes, but that is of course higher level. I hate to repeat myself, but an overwhelming majority, in fact I would go so far as to say almost every single class, you don't really have a feel for how it's going to play until you're 50 or 60 or 70. I'd say the only exceptions are probably Monk and I don't know, I have to think about that. Maybe Dancer? No, not really Dancer. Speaking of potions, who do you think was right in the great debate between the knight and the potion seller? Was the potion seller a disrespectful rascal, or was he saving the knight from his dangerous potions? You mean in the specific quest we just did, or, like, is this another example I don't remember off the top of my head? Saw those nasty brutes coming and thought, well, nothing beyond, ah! They really should take old Halatali down. The place has gone to pot. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Having done it twice now. Would you say the no-nonsense hardened character archetype is common in video games? Yes. Would you say they're hollow in personality? Well, that depends. An archetype is not a personality. An archetype is the beginning of a character. I'm afraid I've never heard of that, Disco, so having no knowledge about what you're talking about, I can only say that I have no idea. God, select! Jeez, that's like 3 clicks. Oh. Okay. Right. Megaskull says, question, which weapon did I most enjoy getting in Legion? Oh, that's a tough one. We're gathering donations from the priesthood in order to be able to afford more recruitments for the Lich Yard there, if you wonder what we're doing now. Well, Lord Harrimont, you can convince me to take a drink of water. That is a thing you can do. You have that power. Yes, take a drink every time I turn in a quest. And then die of water poisoning. Don't do that. Don't do that. We here at the Lore Walkers do not endorse taking a drink every time you hear it. Da, 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 da. So here's some money. Which we are using to buy cinnamon cookies for the children who are refugees. Ba, ba, da, ba, ba. So one thing that FF14, in my opinion, does objectively better than WoW, it has a different quest song for each expansion. WoW's been using the same thing since vanilla. Ba-na. Have some cookies. Okay, that's horrifying. So we gave him some cookies, and he broke down because the smell of cinnamon cookies reminded him of the cooking that usually smelled of cinnamon that his daughter and her husband used to do. Yeah, he actually cut off in the middle of that. That's why I similarly stopped talking, is that he in the middle of his sentence, he just stopped. Yeah. That's... Whew. Yeah, in WoW, give me a moment. I actually have this song here just for the sake of it. That is the Quest Complete song. The only Quest Complete song. And yeah, I agree. It's silly that WoW, which has more focus on doing quests than, 14 does, doesn't vary that up per expansion. It's ridiculous. But, whatever. I know, WoW's doing something ridiculous and stupid. Lore shock. Got it. Kill the buzzards so you can do more research. I can do that. Oh, yeah, definitely, Rex. Just, oh my god. Because WoW is designed to do this when it comes to its quest design. To explain that a little bit, you get a quest, it leads you to a hub. This hub usually has 2, 3, or 4 quests. You go out and do those quests, you come turn them all in. Once all have been completed, the next quest chain starts. Because, again, they really started leaning from Cataclysm onward into the regional stuff. And yeah, so it's... So it's... You are guaranteed to hear boom, ba-da, several times in a row every time you go back to town. And it's like, really? Okay. You don't want to vary that up a little bit? No? Okay, okay. Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down! Shove! Oh, sorry, sorry. You want me to make a scarecrow? Okay, I'll make a scarecrow for you to scare away the buzzards so you're not scared of the heights? Okay, okay. These are weird. And look, the music stopped again. Jesus frickin'... Wait, nope, that's the wrong music. Hang on, that's WoW music. And then the music starts! I hate this game so much. Just play music. Just play it. Stop turning it on and off. God! Okay, okay, we're okay, we're okay. Rant off, rant off. Alright. What do you want me to do? You want blood. In a hurry, because it's a matter of life and death. Oh yeah, just to further emphasize this. So, I mentioned how it irritates me that FF14 only lets you track 5 quests at a time. That sucks. But in WoW, you, on several occasions, can have quite a few quests tracked at once, because you're doing quite a few quests. So it lets you track up to, I think it's actually like 20. But the point is, you generally have that much more quests going on, because there's so many quests to do, and so many of them chain into each other and are necessary for progression. So it's even worse with the same song turn-in problem. Because sometimes you'll get much, much more than 5 or 6 quests. Operation Meatball has been engaged. I repeat, we are go for meatballs. Okay, I got your blood. And then the music stops again. But it'll start up again in a minute here. Honestly, the BC questing loop is what I would consider bad, but that's just me. Which is what you were having in the Ghostlands and the Eversong. Because why would we update old zones when we just did a whole expansion to update the old zones? That's silly. Speaking of things that WoW does wrong, can anyone tell me the single most popular and most commonly played race in all of World of Warcraft as of last figure, which I last looked up last year? Any guesses? Yeah, no, Mega Skull knows the answer immediately, of course, because most people probably already know this. The answer is Blood Elf. Blood Elves are by and far the single most common race to be played as. Maybe it's because they look cool, maybe it's because they have great animations, maybe it's because their voice acting's neat. Shrug. But one way or another, Blood Elves are absolutely the most played race. And yeah, they do have cool animations. I actually particularly enjoy playing a Paladin on a Blood Elf because their attack animations and their casting animations are just really cool looking. You know me, I tend to lean towards cool looking stuff. The reason I bring this up is because the Blood Elves, until the most recent expansion, so all the way up through BFA, had, no joke, the worst starting zone in the entire game. because it was built during BC and they never touched it up. Unless you make a Blood Elf Death Knight, in which case you get the Death Knight starter zone. Nowadays, every new character starts off in a completely new starter zone. I think I've mentioned this. But if... What is with this music? Anyways, the point being that Eversong Woods and Ghostlands are some of the worst questing content in the entire game. Not the worst, it actually goes down from there, but... Whatever, here's your damn blood. You want me to put this on your scalp. What is with people wanting to rub oils on them lately? It's hair growth tonic. Oh my god, he's addicted to hair growth tonic. We all know what that means. And yeah, you also can't fly in the BC starter zones because screw you. No, seriously, that's the reason. Screw you. Can't at all. Completely turned off in the entire server is probably the word to use there. World server, specifically. For those of you at home who don't really understand how significant and stupid this is, think about this for just a second. So we can fly here in ARR, right? Like this. We're flying. Woo. Picture for a moment that you unlock flying, and you could fly in this zone, and like this zone and this zone. But when you go to Western Thanalan, you're suddenly ground bound. Just stuck on the ground. Just for that one zone. It's actually specifically 4 zones, which are actually on the same world server, so the entire world server, which is being used for that, could have that toggle switched, and it would work just fine. By the way, I should probably mention that that world server is also tied into the rest of the BC world server, where you can fly. So they had to specifically part and parcel out those sub-servers in order to disallow flying there for no reason. Now you're probably thinking, it's just starter zones. You don't need flying in starter zones. First of all, no, that's a terrible argument. But second, and more to the point, there are actually high-level things there, including the Zulamon, former raid, now dungeon. So... Sure. Never mind all of the various events and holiday stuff that takes you to the capital cities, which happens to include Quel'Thalas and the XIV, so... Now, I will admit, Silvermoon getting, getting flying would actually be pretty hard to implement. And I'll admit that because that city is probably one of the worst designed cities in WoW. I'm not saying that to be mean, it's just that place would need an Orgrimmar level overhaul in order for flying to really work there. For those of you not aware, Orgrimmar used to be a pretty badly laid out city, and when they added flying in Kata, Orgrimmar had an overhaul, and there you go. That being said, Silvermoon totally needs a revamp. It kinda sucks. I should probably also mention that quite a few quests go through Silvermoon, even after you're no longer low level, because Silvermoon is the capital of the Blood Elves, which are significant for multiple story arcs throughout the game. So you go there several times. By the way, same thing with the XIV. We go to the XIV in freaking Legion, for God's sakes. For a pretty cool scenario, actually. Lol, Rax. I hadn't thought of that. I'm probably still not going to be honest, but that is a way to deal with that. But anyway, sorry. Part of the reason I'm ranting about WoW here, I know this sounds like a weird thing to say, is several viewers have had the impression, I can't blame them for this, that I love WoW and that it's the most perfect MMO that can do no wrong. I do love WoW. But to say that it can do no wrong, to say that it doesn't screw up, and to say that I don't have complaints about it is incredibly untrue. That game is very flawed. I'm actually not sure how I would review, though. So anyway, sorry, speaking of WoW, someone did ask me earlier, what's your favorite Legion gathering thing? Yes, I have seen that, actually, Lunarith. What's my favorite weapon to get for artifacts? That's actually a really tough question, because I like all the artifact quests to some extent or another. Picking just one... I don't know if I could just pick just one. There's a lot of really good weapon quests. Yes, Warlock... Affliction. Affliction Warlock leads to Kara, as does Balanced Druid, which makes perfect sense, and Unholy Death Knight. All of those lead to Kara. Felomlorn is a fun one. That actually takes you to Icecrown Citadel, believe it or not. Getting Manathiel, I believe, for Warlock, that would be Demonology Warlock, is also quite cool. So your problem is picking a favorite is really hard to do, because all of them are kind of awesome. I do love how Warrior Arms, and then, hang on, it's Warrior Arms, then Paladin Protection, no, Paladin Healer, excuse me, then Priest Shadow, all actually have a quest in the same area, but it's one story, if that makes any sense. Like, the Warrior goes there first, and then the Paladin goes there, and then the Priest goes there, and events develop depending on which step you're at in the story. It's kind of cool how they tie it in like that. Here, I got your stupid blood for your stupid hair tonic. Here, let me rub this on your scalp because you can't do it to yourself for some frickin' reason. It's really funny going back and doing the Throne of Thunder raid with Trollbane's weapon equipped. Because that it affects them, even though they're raid mobs. Yeah, I don't know if I could pick one. I'm sorry. They're all good. Some standouts in my mind: Rogue Assassin, which involves dealing with a demonic cult that has popped up in Darkshire. And by the way, the dude's daughter actually resisted the cult and kind of helps you with that, so that's really cool. And then you actually infiltrate Stormwind, which is really fun to do as a Horde character, by the way. You want me to get you ports? Okay, I can do them. Weird, but sure. Oh yeah, Legion was just glutted with content. I know I've said that several times. It had its flaws. I'm sure there's a little bit of, you know, pendulum effect with regards to how much people praise it in some people's complaints about it. But Legion was content glutted. There was so much to do, and so much of it was good. Here, check this out, Rax. Legion did something completely unheard of for WoW at the time. It added story content quest chains for crafters. Sound familiar? It is also the only expansion that has done that. That's the wrong button. Hey, Dream Whisperer. Taking a drink. But yes. Well, Rax has actually fallen unconscious from the sheer shock of that. You're welcome. You just, yeah, okay, whatever. We're done with this zone, which I believe means we're done in general with Phenolin. Yeah. So let's go finish turning in here. Why would they abandon that? That is a good goddamn question. But you're right. In WoW, so WoW has struggled greatly with its professions throughout its entire history, trying to figure out a good way to actually make them significant and or relevant without knowing how to do that, to be blunt. So they've pulled most of the normal tricks, probably because they were the first ones to do this. So, you know, they'd lock behind armor and gear behind crafting, and that actually didn't work out all that well. So then they tried locking cosmetics behind crafting, which sort of worked. And then they tried, you know what, let's make crafting have specific, unique stuff, which worked. But the problem was it made certain crafting professions essentially mandatory for the actual hard stuff, for the really hard raids. Because, you know, you needed to have X, Y, or Z to have X, Y, or to have A, B, or C for this specific raid, you know, stuff like that. So they abandoned that idea. Then they tried to add time gating to crafting, but make crafting be capable of making really good stuff, like raid tier stuff. They abandoned that one too. That was Warlords specifically. And then in Legion, they decided to actually add story quests to them to make them actually kind of fun and interesting to do. And then they abandoned that as well. And crafting has kind of been nowhere ever since. Yeah. Pretty much every single one of my DPSs for a very long time had skinning. Because skinning gave you a crit bonus. Just for having skinning. It was considered mandatory. For quite a bit. I will admit, at this exact moment in time, so I've talked a few times about designing my own MMO. The crafting equation, my knee-jerk reaction, you know, if we're in the development circle and we're debating how to deal with it, my knee-jerk reaction to crafting right now in my MMO is to not have it. At all. The problem with crafting is that it is extraordinarily difficult to make crafting balanced and worthwhile without making it too much, without making it too little, without spending a lot of development time and making it its own unique, substantial thing. In short, it's the kind of thing that would be nice to have, but if we were to have crafting, I would probably want it to be its entirely own thing. And honestly, at that point, let's call it what it is. It's a minigame. Anybody who's played WildStar actually knows what I'm talking about, because WildStar did this type of minigame approach to crafting. This game drifts that way, because obviously there is an actual full mechanic to it. You know, there's actual gameplay, for lack of a better way to put it. But even that doesn't quite fully answer the question of what you do with the crafting itself. That's the gameplay, but what's the purpose behind crafting? Now, gear is the obvious answer, but, and I don't mean this as a negative, I just don't think FF14 has fully solved the usefulness of crafting equation. It's made crafting a thing. Why are there more quests here? Because most of the stuff you can make with crafting is, of course, gear, right? Sure, cool. But, I mean, and? You know what I mean? Filler gear is nice to have, but I feel like that's not a sufficient reason to justify that, if I'm making any kind of sense. God! And I'm being passed down from NPC. I'm not even joking. In lore, what they're saying is, oh, thanks, but I don't need any help. Go help this person. Oh, thanks, but I don't need any help. Go talk to this person. And now we're up to person 3 here. Please talk to the person. And now this person wants me to carry supplies. Again, I'm not joking. Thank you, Jesse Ward. Always and ever. Give me a moment. I'll jot some stuff down. Just these quests. Oh my god. So 3 of those. That's gonna be this much. Going towards White Knight Chronicles 2. And then 1 is going towards Skyrim, and 1 is going towards the Dragon Age block, and then Valvedrix is still watching me for some reason. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody wants to just randomly do... Is there a quest chain other than the Relic chain that involves the Hydra and the Chimera? Because I honestly don't remember. Because otherwise we're just going to do it whenever we have people, or I'll just pug it. Because I don't mind pugging it. Because they're dumb, stupid fights. They're actually subtitled Rocketborn. Wow. Okay, whatever. I mean, I haven't been locked because I've done the frickin' Relic quest, but that's all I got. Thank you for watching my show, Rax. I put that towards Near Replicant. And meanwhile, just all of a sudden people are subbing. Jeez Louise. Thank you, Edward Bador. I will put that Bador towards Deus Ex Human Revolution. Oh my god, is there more? What is this quest? What is this nonsense? Anyways. Ah! And now I'm getting sub-bombed while I'm trying to carry stuff. Thank you, Little Billy, very much. As always. Yeah, let's just call this a generic call-all. If anybody wants to join me for the Hydra and the Chimera, feel free to be like, yo, I'm just going to be doing this until we do those. Am I done? You could have said thank you. Random thought. Hi, Temmie. I mean, Zed. Why is this still chaining? Someone... Apparently, Jesse Ward, someone earlier asked if I'm dreading Dragon Age 2. The answer is no. I actually want to review Dragon Age 2. Remember, that's something I added to the list. I am very curious. Why am I seeing a cutscene for this chain of all chains? Oh no, Serpent Reapers are attacking. Serpent Reapers? What could they be doing here? I cut bait with my cargo to escape my life, but they're still out there. Waiting for us to try to reclaim. No doubt. Luckily, the adventure's here to kill them and their stupid faces. Says the guy wearing that outfit. Anyways, I'm actually very looking forward to reviewing Dragon Age 2, because I'm curious how it's going to review. I feel like it'll be a good experiment slash exploration of bad game design, and, well, we'll see what else it does. I also think that it won't review all that badly until we get to Act 3, at which point the review will suddenly start piling up negatives like they're going out of style. So, let me rehash for a second. The previous guy's name is Dawson, and he asked me to pile up these supplies and then he asked me to rush off to deal with the attackers. When I rushed back, we find a guy named Dawson, who says, "What happened here? You must be the adventurer of the Scion set. My name's Dawson. I was sent to oversee the freight, but the freight's not here." So, yeah, that was an imposter Dawson who just made off with all of the freight and the ship. Cool. Not a changeling, just someone using his name. Didn't look anything like him, too. A Rogadin versus a Hume. Or Hure, or whatever the hell they're actually called. Have I played WoW a lot? I don't know how to answer that sarcastically, so I'm just going to answer you flatly. Yes, I have played a fairly large amount of WoW. Please don't change. God damn it! Yeah, it's easier to name how many days I've been playing WoW than it is hours. What? What? Why? God, why are there quests? Why? God, I hate you. Okay, whatever. This is part of the Leviathan arc. Like, seriously, this specific thing we're doing here is we're fighting against the Reavers who are currently trying to summon Leviathan. So, go kill Reavers. Go kill Sahagin. And go kill an aimed. Hey. My sarcasm broke a few years ago, Pazis. I'm not very good at it anymore. I have played WoW quite literally since the alpha. I don't know how better to answer that. Get out of my way. Get out of my way! Die in a fire of chakrams for some reason. How much FF14 have I done? So that could mean several things. If you mean how much have I played... Let's go playtime here. 73 days on this character. If you're asking how long have I played FF14, I've played it since 1.0. If you're asking how much I've covered for the run, we're still in ARR. If you're asking how much I've streamed in general, we have only streamed up to a certain point in Shadowbringers. I haven't actually finished Shadowbringers. Oh, I hate this goddamn quest. There's like 3 quests that come here and say, come kill these fate mobs. Now, not all of them are fate mobs, but most of them are fate mobs. And I hate killing fate mobs, so death to fates. Moving on. I don't like sinking down. If you're wondering. I just don't like sinking down. That's really all that is. Did you know in Guild Wars 2 that's mandatory? Like, you can't do lower level stuff without being lower level. It just automatically sinks you to the zone level. I know a lot of people really like that feature. I am not one of those people. Like, if you give me the option to sink, sure. If you force me to sink, go to hell. Where's the other one? There you are. Well, now we have to sink. Like, what's weird about this is FF14 gets this exact same concept very right in its dungeon design. You can sink, or you can unsink. Like, it's an option, right? Okay, speaking of which. I do get it, especially on a technical level. I'm not sure they could make fates share properly if you just move through a fate at level 90 with Death Doom. And it would be unfair to people who are doing the fates at level who are trying to get the actual benefits of the fates, because you just show up and it would be gone because some level 90 is running around smashing them, right? So that doesn't work. It could work if they got the scaling, you know, the voodoo scaling tech that WoW uses, but as we've talked about several times, I don't think that's actually possible in 14. And I don't mean that as a dig, I mean I literally think it's not possible. So, forcing you to sink down is a good solution for the problem. I hate it personally, but the designer in me, the manager in me, looks at that and says, yeah, no, that tracks. Yep, more quests have popped up, as per usual. What is this, Lotro? Now, I should mention, and they kind of do this, but they mostly don't. Guild Wars 2 takes the Fates idea and really runs with it. And I mean that. Like, Guild Wars 2 has some really awesome Fates. Now, here's the catch. Most of Guild Wars 2's Fates, they're called events over there, aren't actually awesome. They're just filler nonsense. But then there's some exceptions to that, which are usually zone-wide. Imagine for a moment, if you will, a Fate that starts over here. And it's like, alright, we've got to do this thing. Alright, we've done this thing. We've opened up a path. So now the path leads up here. And now there's two Fates. One in the north end and one in the south end. And both of those have to be done within a range of time. There's a time limit. So you have to do those both at the same time. Okay, we've managed those two. But now there's a boss who's guarding this pathway here. So this boss is blocking the way. We have to go kill the boss. Okay, we've managed that. And then we move forward and so forth and so on. And yeah, there's usually... The really cool Fates, or events, in Guild Wars 2 are the ones that chain. And there are actually several of those. Usually at least a few per expansion. And those are awesome. Those are usually very fun, too. They are, for all intents and purposes, raids. In fact, they're probably as close to raids. Oh my god! I will do a diversionary strike to distract the Sahagin from killing your people. God damn it. But yeah, they're essentially raid encounters. Yeah, there's the Centaur one. My personal favorite is actually in Heart of Thorns, which is... I'm trying to think how to say this in the non-spoilery way. It's fighting the last boss's body. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, so there's the main story quest in Guild Wars 2, which is pretty much exactly like the MSQ is here in FF14. That leads you inside the final boss to fight the final boss's mind. So in lore, that event chain for fighting his body is happening at the same time as the main story quest is happening of fighting his mind. And so both kind of reference each other and both affect the other, if that makes any sense. It's very cool the way they do it. Okay, we did it. We're done. Whoops, wrong one. Guild Wars 2 does some very cool things. And it does a lot right. Let me guess, this is going to lead to some chained quests. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Hey! What do you know? So, this is actually really funny. The commander just gave me a quest saying, I can't seem to motivate the men to actually do their jobs. So I've decided to add a bounty to the kobolds. And so now we're running around telling them that there's a bounty on the kobolds, and every single one of them is like, oh my god, I'm gonna go kill kobolds right now! Yeah, so Guild Wars 2 has a fairly substantial problem in Heart of Thorns specifically. remember running into this in Path of Fire. So let me try to explain this a little bit here. Let's say that you need flying in FF14 to progress. So you have to unlock flying. It's mandatory. You literally cannot continue the quest until you've unlocked flying. Okay? Make sense? Cool. Let's assume that rather than having to do ether currents, you have to gain experience in Heavensward, any Heavensward zones. And as you're gaining experience, that very slowly raises a bar, which is maybe the equivalent of 5 or so levels, like actual levels. It takes forever to fill this bar, right? Once you've filled it, then you spend skill points, which you get, out in the world, on it in order to gain the ability, and now you have the ability to fly in Heavensward, and you can progress with the main quest. That sucks, by the way. It is a complete just chakunk in the pacing of Heart of Thorns' expansion. Because you're like, oh, you need this ability. Okay. And the whole expansion just grinds to a halt while you sit there grinding to gain that ability. This actually happened several times, by the way. And then it's like, okay, and then you progress. And then you just smash into another grind wall. It is terrible design. And not the least of which being just how incredibly slow it is to grind out those abilities. Yep, no, we're gonna go. Yep, let's go kill kobolds. Let the quest chaining continue. This is just my life now. This is my life. Oh, I knew what I was getting into. Well, part of the problem is with Guild Wars 2 is there's no real grinding in the strictest sense of the word, which actually makes it worse, believe it or not. Because there's no specific thing you can just go do to level. You know how you level in Guild Wars 2? Everything. You do event chains, and then you wait for it to be nighttime, which is a real-life timer, by the way, in order to do another event chain, or maybe you run around completing whatever they're called. Which, in that expansion, I don't think there's even resets. You can only do those once. I hate it. God, I hate it so much. I hate leveling in that game. You only have to do it for those grind moments, but God almighty, I hate it. I actually still, to this day, have not finished out all of my skill trees in Guild Wars 2 because of how much I hate grinding in that game. Or not grinding, you know what I mean. And I never will, by the way. Now, I have all the necessary stuff. I have all the mandatory stuff. But there's quite a few things I'm missing because screw that noise. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. Is everyone cute? Like, I know Giga was saying that she hates me and she thinks I'm ugly and stupid. But in addition to that, does she have access to these two runs? These two things, areas, places, things? Mayhap. Yeah, a Guild Wars 2 review run is going to be... You think this run has been bipolar. The Guild Wars 2 run is going to be substantially more bipolar. Wait until I tell you the grind that was involved in getting the Skyscale mount. I have the Skyscale mount, by the way. Yeah, probably Rax. Oh yeah, Guild Wars 2 is extraordinarily co-op friendly. It is probably the most co-op friendly MMO I've ever seen. I'm not sure there is an MMO that is more pro-co-op than Guild Wars 2. The only one that comes close is Tor. And Tor is kind of different in the way it's co-op friendly. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 was the same way. You're right. Guild Wars 1 is extraordinarily pro-co-op. Used to be mandatory co-op. Nowadays it's not. You can beat all of Guild Wars 1 completely by yourself nowadays, if you know what you're doing. That didn't chain nearly as bad as the other one. Watch, it's about to chain again. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? Oh yeah, the henchman system, the heroes system, is legit. Trusts are like a step in that direction, but even trusts are just... nowhere near what Guild Wars 1 managed with the hero system. And WoW, I've been clamoring for WoW to borrow the hero system since vanilla, and they never have. Yep, Waking Sands. Let's do it. I know, right? Mega Skull. Oh, wake the hell up. Yeah, give me another decade when Microsoft has taken over and then I've taken over Microsoft. Then we'll finally have heroes in WoW. By the way, one reason I'm really pro-heroes system, for those of you not familiar with it, is it's not just a way to have NPCs fill out your party, but it's a way to have NPCs fill out your party. To explain that a little bit, one of the things I don't like about the trust system in 14 is it's trusts or people. That's it. But in Guild Wars 1, you can have as many people as you want, up to including a full party, and then the NPCs, the heroes, actually fill in the holes. So you can actually have a five-party, party, or a three-party system, or a two-party system, or whatever, and then just fill in the rest with the heroes, and it works quite well. And that's an awesome system. Hey! Yep. Colin Pelusa says, how did I get that mount? Well, there's a dungeon at the end of Stormblood, and the boss of that dungeon has a pretty rare chance to drop that mount. Okay. Done with this crap. I think we are, in fact, done. We did that. Yep. Okay, cool. On to Gridania. Jeez Louise. We should probably start in Gridania, actually. I mean, meatball subs are legit, so that makes sense. Okay, thug quests. Gridania. I'm ready. I should probably look at the question queue here for a second, because I haven't looked at here. Excuse me. Mike Romano asks... Wait, I missed a question from Gum Gum. Gum Gum asks, what starship would make a great home to be in? The Galaxy-class cruiser from Star Trek. No question. That is a luxury condo in space. This gives me a Harvest Dance emote. You saw a comely maiden new to these parts, dancing with a gaggle of younglings. Okay. Sure. But anyways, so I'm not sure if there's any actual benefit to playing like this. That's not true. So if you have a crummy computer, there's a benefit to playing like this. Now this sounds like a joke, but I want to stress that I have actually rated like this on laptops before. Just gone around and, you know, done this. Because that way the computer isn't dying trying to keep up with what's going on. Yeah, it's the GoldenEye 64 tactic. Speedrunning tactic. Yeah, sure. Did they ever say why the Paladin and Priest Order Story Hall was connected? Other than narrative reasons? No. Did they ever give a reason why Hakar from the Hunter Quest didn't have the old look from the books? That model never existed, so they gave him a new model to accommodate that, and that's pretty much the only answer there. I know all about adventures. You'll do anything for a reward, right? You want me to make someone laugh? Well, that's gonna cost you, okay? Like a lot. Hello, strange person. A day of merrymaking. Is that all you adventurers think about? I am here to teach! From me, these younglings are to learn the most sacred, meaningful, and uniquely uplifting dance. This manner of disobedience is unprecedented. It's all the more surprising considering they obey the Timbermaster without demur. What I wouldn't give to know his secrets. You! Ask the man how he tamed the children! What? Whatever. Ow. Okay, I got her to say hi. Now what? I have to share the joy in my heart, but I don't know what joy is. Wait. You're odd. Hang on. Let me really share the joy that lies in my heart. Give in, foolish mortal. I will show you happiness. Okay, there we go. Now I have to start dancing. I'm going to kill this child. Behold, the dance of darkness. For Reaper? No, it's related to a class quest. If there's an ability like that for Dark Knight, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what that ability is, so I'm gonna go with no. That being said, Living Shadow. I know a ninja ability that lets me do that. Although I don't think that's my soul. I think it's just a shadow, but whatever. Oh, there it is. Living Shadow. I'm guessing no. Because that probably means I haven't actually got the ability yet. But either way, I would need such and such to use it, so... Yeah, I would need to be in combat and then gain whatever in order to use it. Anyways, back to being the Edgelord. I am ready to make people laugh. Be filled with riotous joy. Thanks, you're pretty good at this. She lost her father 5 years ago during all the fighting. She hasn't laughed much since. So I wanted to... I mean, we're all worried, but a lot of the younglings have been following me around lately. You wouldn't understand. Yeah, I wouldn't understand girl stuff. Go back to being a dancer. Kind of, Dream Whisperer. I'm doing all the quests. Might be a better way to phrase that. Let's see. When you read Jake thought... What? Okay, so I'm going to try to parse this question, Gum Gum. If you are writing a book, and there's a line in the book that says, such and such thinks this, would that mean their mind is concluded? No, it's just a thought they're having. People have thoughts all the time. In fact, by most accounts of psychology, the overwhelming majority of thoughts that people have, they don't actually mean. So, absolutely not, no. Yep, I'm a green adventurer. Except I'm not. Although I think this will be the Carpenter quest eventually. Master Aiden seems able enough, but having no generosity towards herself, she has none for her charges. Give the younglings these on her behalf and bid them return to... I have to bribe the kids with food. Oh no, it's toys, actually. Sorry, toys. Where are these kids? Why am I bribing children to learn how to dance? What is my life? What am I doing with my life? Oh my god! Disco says, when did I discover bald was my look? Approximately a day after I shaved. I got hit on at the grocery store. It was one of those, huh? Kind of moments. So I haven't played Resident Evil 5 or 6. So I haven't played Resident Evil 5 all the way through at all. I haven't played Resident Evil 6 at all, Zactef. So yes, I have effectively never played those games. I have no idea if I'm going to like them, though. How could I? I've never played them. Casual says, as a fan of Samurai, could you implement Orcish War Blade Masters in WoW in a way that was lore-friendly that also distinguished them from just another warrior build? So let me start by saying that I'm very against adding classes to WoW or FF14 or most MMOs at this point. But if I had to implement the Blade Master class in WoW, let me think about that for a minute. Yeah, what's up? You need me to deliver a parcel. Gridanians have a tendency to be prickly. Sure. It's okay, they're super tolerant towards me. So the problem is Blade Masters from War... So here's the problem with adding new classes to WoW. Something several people will say semi-frequently is, why don't you just add insert hero class from Warcraft 3 into WoW? The answer is because they have. They have already implemented everything from Warcraft 3 into WoW at this point. Part and parceled out throughout the various classes. So there is no such thing as something in Warcraft 3 that has not yet been added to WoW's retinue somewhere. So there's no such thing as just taking the Blade Master and converting it into WoW format. So that's the first problem. I do not need a retainer. I'm here to deliver a letter. I sense that adventurers from beyond the borders of Gridanians are somewhat difficult to deal with. Are we truly so devoid of warmth? Do you want me to actually answer you that? 'Cause I can answer you that if you want me to. I don't think you want me to, though. Is this a tutorial quest? Oh my god, it is. Yeah, you know what? I'm actually gonna... Okay, fine. Hey, Takoida. Yep, drink time. Take it and tell that bastard we're square. Wow. It is our honor, privilege to serve you. Uh-huh. Is this guy the local mafia don? Everyone's terrified of him and or in debt to him. Is that what's going on here? Do I have to kill this person? Ugh. If I ever hear that name again, I'll take it soon. It'll be too soon. Here I was thinking I'd make some money today. Alright. Anyways. But if I was to try and implement Blade Master in WoW... You have the aspirations of a true merchant. I don't know if I'd call it that. That would be really funny, Omega Legion. Especially if the Warrior of Light was just kind of going along with it, like, yeah, sure. Here's my gil. That was too easy. Yeah. Anything else I can do for you? What do you mean? Well, you know, I could make you lose 20 pounds really easy. You want me to kill squirrels for you? That's too big of a question. I think I'm going to pause on that, Catchel. I'd have to come up with, like, a core idea. I'd have to come up with a gameplay mechanic that actually complements it. A unique thing going on. Like, I would have to spend a lot of time and effort on designing a new class in WoW at this point in time. Especially since, as I've said before, virtually everything has already been done in WoW at this point, in terms of class design. So it's not going to be unique, whatever I try. So just trying to make it as fun as I can is pretty much the only goal at that point. So I'm going to pass on actually answering that. Valvedrix says, Lore, you're dumb and you're stupid. That's true, but that's weird, because I feel like I already did that. So let's double check some things here, shall we? Huh. Apparently I didn't. Whatever. There is, in fact, a class in WoW where you just play Uno, and enemies just die. It's weird. Here, have a toy. Yep, ooh, a piece of candy. We are secretly James Woods. Oh, hey, is Valentine's over? Yay. It's called the Disco Inferno class. You actually dance, too? And the dance is so hot, it lights them on fire. It's just terrifying. Sure, I'll tell your boss that you're going to be late to work. These really are level 2 quests, aren't they? Holy crap. Okay. Let's get all these excess vegetable offerings. Okay. So let's see here. Questions. How close is FF14 Dark Knight and Paladin to WoW Death Knight and Paladin? Nothing whatsoever like them. I don't just mean in terms of lore and visuals, but in terms of gameplay style design. The warrior in FF14 is closer to a Death Knight than a Dark Knight is, and even that isn't actually a one-to-one at all. I've said this so many times. We could parallel WoW classes to FF14 classes, but it's really vague. And they really aren't the same at all, just because so much of the fundamental structures, plural, of the mechanics, plural, are so different between the two. Yeah, it's the very nature of how the two games approach combat is different. Never mind how they approach things like cooldowns, or off global cooldowns, or resource generation and expenditure, and just everything. So I got you some vegetables from the sylphs. By the way, the sylphs left those out of gratitude for how much, how cool we've been with them. So, the sylphs continue to be the best beast tribe. But yeah, so like, yeah, no, I can't compare them more. I'm sorry, Lunair, but they really are just so fundamentally different. This is a level 43 quest. Sure, it's a vector quest, so we'll see where that goes. Now, SDR, he's a vector quest. A terrifying vector quest. Thank you. As always. I will jot that one down for Fallout New Vegas, if you give me a moment here. You cannot gain anything through New Game Plus. No equipment, no rep, even if such a thing existed, and no experience. This is an actual level 1 quest. Like, straight up, just level 1. Let's see here. Would an MMO that is really easy to run on a computer like WoW get a positive for it? No. Would an MMO that is badly optimized get a negative? No. That's actually a good question, though. What do we think? Because that is a topic. Like, my knee-jerk thought is no unless it interfered with the gameplay, but it can't. I'm running on a nuclear submarine. FF14, which is not a very well optimized MMO, is never going to touch my system. You know what I mean? So that's a good question. What do we think about that? Sure. I will go refill the sensors with oil. See, I'm trying to think of a game that would truly be badly optimized. Because FF14 isn't very well optimized, but it's not at the level that we're talking about, right? Yeah, like Crysis, that's a game that is horrifically optimized, despite, not really justifying it or earning it. And yeah, this kind of falls under accessibility in its own way. Sure, I'll go kill ladybugs for you. I agree with that, Lineruth. Yeah, I think the answer, I'm going to change my mind on this to Lord Harriman. I think the answer is yes, a game that is so badly optimized that it actually causes issues would be a negative. We've kind of set precedents with that before because, we have bugs as a category. Judging that's going to be hard to do. And by necessity kind of time sensitive too. Because I can run Crysis just fine, but that game is terribly optimized. The only reason I can run it fine is because I have a death machine, I don't know. I'm a little hesitant to add something to potential reviewing or something that's going to be so time sensitive like that. Something that's going to be so, well, at this point in history. Another adventure? You're like flies on muck. Whatever Gridania did to deserve such a plague, I don't know. Spit. That's not me making that up. That's actually what he just said. I suppose times are changing and they tell me I should, and perhaps you might be... Oh, gods help me. Just take this to this person, would you? Now go away. I like him. Frickin' Gridania. Whatever. It's just... whatever. Colin Palusa says, if these quests are garbage, why are you wasting time with them? You already skipped the riddle quests. Because A, not all of them are garbage, and B, this is substantially quicker and easier to do than spending... there's efficiency here. If I spend the next 40 minutes doing a single quest, that's not really a good usage of my time, especially if it's a quest that I know is not cool. What I'm doing right now is 50 quests. Although I will admit this is taking a little longer than I thought. This bundle right here, because I didn't anticipate having this many quests in an area where I couldn't mount. Which is proving problematic. Let's see here. Gum Gum says, what are my problems with stupid good characters? They're stupid. I don't know how else to answer that. They're dumb. And well-written stupidity is harder to do than it sounds. Okay. That person basically just said, you know that person was yelling at you and spitting at you? They're not all that bad. They just hate adventurers and all foreigners. Just give them a chance. They'll warm up to you. I'm not even making that one up. That's just... But yeah, stupid good. I don't know what to say about it. They're stupid. They're stupid characters. They're usually not written well. But more to the point, it's usually done for what I can only refer to as dumb humor. It's like, haha, I'm such a moron. I can't even do basic things correctly because I'm so stupid. Isn't that funny? Meanwhile, this person is absolutely cussing the person who sent me here out. Just like 3 pages of cusses. That's ridiculous. Wow. Okay. Is that everything here? That's everything here. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, Neelix is a bad cook. Isn't it funny? Jesse says, Jesse Ward, excuse me, I should clarify that, says, do you think you can ever create a good 5-man band story, but they're villains who team up to defeat their individual heroes and then have to learn not to betray each other for power? MLP is actually currently going through an arc like that in Season 9. So yes, I absolutely think that's a doable thing. Hey, I brought the kids. Ooh, a cutscene. Holy crap. I don't know what sorcery you worked. It was called bribery. The dance is for the Feast of the Harvest. To give thanks to the elements, there must be no aggression, lest the matron be angered. It's very, very important. To make it up to you, let me show you the dance as a peace offering. Thanks. That's the heart. That's... oh my god. I mean, I couldn't do that in real life, but, you know... Can I not watch this anymore? Also, it's raining and dark. Not great for the cutscene, but whatever. No. No. No! No! We're not supposed to start the Hildebrand quest until later. You are a born dancer. I am quite literally the dancer class, yes. I know that wouldn't come out for years after this quest existed. Who the hell are you? And stop singing in song. You've brought a weapon to the sacred dance. We are surely doomed. I have weapons on me. What could have troubled her so? You did. She said we're supposed to be peaceful. The elements get upset. You know how uptight she is. Of course, the course of relationships never does run smooth. You will all discover this in time. Okay. Ah! 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 God, it's following me! It's following me! Speaking of which, is everyone... I should just do this. Everyone's ready to go ahead and hit those stupid raid fights. Just get in the queue and be done with it. Lore has already covered the golden saucer, yes. Join us, said. Give in to your... Oh, favorite minion. There's only one minion for me. And it's the one I have. Let's see here. There it is. The Chimera. Ooh. I can give you two. Okay. Here we go. There's a Vector Quest. Got a few quests out here. Hang on. We'll go there. Colin says, "You are dumb and stupid. This isn't even a question, just thought you should know." Yeah, no, that's legit. That tracks. Mega Skull says, "I'm not sure you remember this, but the Zeo Beast..." Actually, I saw that in one of my YouTube comments. Although I don't remember that specifically, but I did see that in a comment on one of the... what are we calling them? Mininations. Disco says, "When was the last time you used a potion in this game?" Sometime in ARR. I don't use potions anymore because they cap at like 2,000 heal for the X potions. Anyway, so we're fighting a Hydra now. For the in-depth lore on why... Any questions? For reasons I'm not 100% sure of, they decided to turn this into a bit of a fire and ice fight. We're probably not even going to see the whole totality of it, and honestly, I'm actually okay with that. There's not much to this. We're here because we want a relic. That's kind of it. We're also getting our asses handed to us, but that's unrelated. I'm guessing the healers just weren't healing or something. Too busy DPSing. Alright, Hydra's defeated. Oh god, I'm the last one! I'm all alone. Wait, where else do we fight the Hydra? Real question. Now I wait for Rax. So Disco asks a very valid question. Are you going to max the ARR relic? Are you going to bother to get this weapon that you have equipped on right now and max it out on camera. No. Oh, the palace is both? Oh, okay. Well, then we can just skip it. They're both dumb fights. Moving on. Sorry for wasting your time. Thankfully, that is a very quick and easy fight. Yep, I actually already knew about that, but thanks. The ARR relic is exclusive for the classes that existed in ARR. It is not exclusive for paladins. I could go and grind my face off to get more relics for other character classes in ARR, but I don't hate myself that much. I know that sounds strange, but honestly, screw the relic quest in its stupid, dumb face. Next question. If I had to make a Star Trek from just the doctors? What? Hang on, let me get back to that. Sure. Let's go deal with these stupid squirrels, shall we? Hi, Bragwin. I do hope it's going down. Nope, we are actually killing squirrels. That's where we're at. Okay. I get it. Tutorial quest. It's just... Wow. Thank you, Cord. As always. You'll have to give me a moment to see what you put that towards, though. Hang on, I gotta actually... My biggest tip for playing Dragon Age Inquisition is to play a mage. And I mean that with absolute sincerity. It's not just that they're better or you know, more powerful or whatever. It's that they are better designed. The gameplay is quite literally more designed for you playing a mage than you playing either of the other two classes. Also, skip the hinterlands, and I guess that's it, really. Why did that level 12 aggro me while doing a level 1 quest? You know what? I don't even care. And I will put that towards Tor Bounty Hunter if you give me a moment here. There are some really mean builds you can do in Inquisition. I don't remember any of them right now. They exist. So, okay, Jesse Ward asks, you had to make a Star Trek from just the doctors, but each one is assigned a different role. Which doctor would be the captain, first officer, royal smart person, engineer, and the doctor? Well, Crusher would be the captain. She is one of the only ones of those, arguably the only one of the doctors, who actually has legitimate command experience. I know they all have the rank of commander, but she's the one who actually demonstrates that. So, Crusher would be the captain. Royal smart person. I mean, it just makes too much sense for that to be Bashir. So we'd go with Bashir on that one. Engineer? Oh, that's getting trickier. I'd probably go with McCoy as the engineer. I think he is both adaptable enough and entirely intelligent enough to be able to pull that off. Here's your oil from the ladybugs. That's weird. If it's the Doctor Who doctors, pass. So, and that just leaves the first officer and the doctor. So we've got the Doctor, who could be one of those, and then we've got... I guess Phlox would be the other one. Of those, I'd probably say Phlox would be better suited to being the Doctor. And then that would make the Doctor... It's getting confusing. be the first officer, and there we go. That's my answer. Disco says favorite minion. It is that. That is my favorite minion. My little sister. Umbral Magma says, what's the main problem with the Sith Empire? The Sith is the main problem with the Sith Empire. That probably sounds like a joke, but it really isn't. Everything? That's everything. Okay, cool. Man, I apparently didn't do any Gridania quests. Holy shkamoli. Alright, let's head over here first, I suppose. How do you fix it? You get rid of the Sith, I would say would be the easy answer to that. Okay. That person wants me to deliver something without looking at what I'm delivering. It's probably a bomb. And I take a drink, Mr. Red, but I'm actually out of liquid, so I kind of can't anymore. So, that is a Lalafellan from Ul'dah, who is visiting Gridania and finds it to be better in every way than his home in Ul'dah. And I don't blame him for that. But he has specifically asked me to go and convince an adventurer his wife has hired to bring him home, not to bring him home. Did you get all that? Because I don't know why that happened. It's gonna be a quiz. Come on. Hey, I have a package I'm not supposed to look at. It's a bomb. I'm gonna laugh if it actually is a bomb. Here's the bomb. There was sighting of a masked man around here, though. I wonder who that would be. Sure, I'll help you with that. Not the shroud hairs, though. That's your problem. I don't have any water, Mr. Red. Here, I'll take a drink. There we go. Oh, okay. Really? I'll tell you what, I'll get water in about 45 minutes. How's that sound? Right now, I would really like to at least get up to the Ishgardian crap. I've been making good time, and then I hit Gridania, and I've just run into a freaking wall here. Holy crap. God damn Gridania. So far, I actually have been adding pluses and minuses for these quests as I go, by the way. I know I haven't been talking about it, I know I haven't been updating the HUD, but they're there. And so far the Thanalin side quests have been the best of the 3 bundles I've been doing, the 3 bundles I've been doing so far. Best story-wise, least aggressively bad when it comes to gameplay, etc., etc. Lanoskia, Lagrangargarg, whatever that was called, has been well, I'd say the worst, but now I'm in Gridania. And Gridania so far is absolutely just the worst. By the way, imagine doing all the stuff I'm doing without a flying mount. Always keep in mind not having the flying mount. It's very important. Well, I'd take a drink, Ross, but I'm out of water. I'm glad you know my schedule well enough to know that normally I don't stream on Mondays. That's good. Yeah, this is also why I have also not done the ARR quests until now. Yes, all of these quests I'm doing, I have never done before. On any character. Never mind this one. This is awful. This is the kind of thing, and I want to stress the way I'm saying this. This is the kind of thing that would drive me to stop playing this game, if these were mandatory or core content or whatever. Now, it didn't, because they're not. I'll save you. But these suck. This is WoW BC questing, and that is not a good thing. Yep, I have skipped them in every expansion, including the ones that are not this one. With a couple of exceptions in Shadowbringers. That's true, Valvatrix? Instead, they've just been this kind of crap. Waiting for a mob to respawn so that I can actually kill something, which gives me a 100% chance to get what I need, but... Oh! No, it's much, much worse than I thought. Wow! Okay, well, I'm getting up anyways. So, Ross, now that you're here, I got a story to tell. Anyways, we're going to abandon this quest because this is yet another don't kill the mob quests. So that's neat. I will admit, I was actually expecting the quest to be even worse than this, and I mean that. They haven't been, so that's nice. You're probably thinking, why would they be even worse than this? Beckon quests. I know there's at least a few Beckon quests in ARR. I might have done all of them, because I have done them on this character. I know that several are fates, but Beckon quests. Or Levy quests. Sorry, the Levy quest, not fates. My bad. My bad. I got them confused because they both suck. So let me explain what a beckon quest is super quick, okay? So let's assume that I have to beckon that mob right there. I used to have beckon on my bar just for these frickin' levies. So you hit the emote, and you do the emote, and then they start walking towards you, and then you try to grab them. They'll only follow you maybe 10 feet, so you got to do it again. Maybe a little bit closer. Beckon, okay. Hang on. Okay, a little close. Beckon. Okay. And then you got to do this. It's usually not super far, but you have to do that whole process, often up until, like, those trees up there. Oh, yes, you also cannot beckon them while they're moving, so you can't just chain it. You have to wait for them to stop following you, to then go ahead and beckon them. Beckon quests can go to hell. But so far these quests have been mostly just... I know this sounds like faint praise, but most of these quests have been merely bad, as opposed to actually awful, which is what I was expecting. Valvedrix points out the low drop rate garbage of BC, and that's a perfect example. We haven't run into any Troll Ears quests, for example. Oh, it's another weekend quest. Oh my god, how many of these are there? 2 in one zone, too. That's impressive. Yeah, so, okay, a little bit of context for those of you who are not familiar with World of Warcraft. Now, most people think of these as the Zebra Hooves quest, but oh, it's so much worse than that. Hang on a sec. Here you go. Okay. That's the guy who wanted to bring, who was hired by the wife to bring the guy home. So, Zebra Ears, or Zebra Hooves, there's a quest in the Northern Barrens. There used to be. There isn't anymore. There hasn't been since Cataclysm. But there used to be a quest in the Northern Barrens called something, and you were supposed to go get hooves off of zebras, which are a form of zebras. Now, they didn't drop hooves. The zebras didn't drop their hooves. And people have made fun of this for years upon years upon years because of how stupid that is. But the worst part is you only need 4 hooves. And yet, you actually have to kill so many of them. The drop rate is 10%. Was, again, past tense. So, you end up killing a fairly large amount of zebras to get their goddamn hooves. But hang on. Troll Ears are much worse. Because there was a quest in Old Stranglethorn, again, this quest doesn't exist anymore, to go get something like 30, it's 20 or 30 Troll Ears from a specific troll area. Only the trolls within that one specific area actually drop these ears. Their drop rate is about 20-ish%. By the way, those didn't share back in the day. To explain what I mean by that, nowadays in WoW, let's say I'm grouped with Rax, who is just invisible, but he's right next to me, okay? And we kill this mob, and it's dead. And it drops a quest item. It does that for both of us. We both get quest credit for it. That didn't used to work that way. Back in the day, it would drop 1 troll ear, if it dropped one at all. So we would need 40 or 60, whatever it was, for just the 2 of us. To this day, Pax and I both refer to this particular type of terrible quest design as troll ears, because it doesn't share, and it doesn't drop all the time, and it's in an area that's irritating to quest in, to boot. It's probably one of the worst quests in WoW. And yeah, most of WoW Vanilla and BC and Wrath all had these issues to varying extents and degrees. Slowly getting better over time, as you might imagine. So we have successfully helped the guy, bribed the guy to leave him alone. There's something weirdly funny about that. In truth, I would like nothing more than to return home to where a loving wife awaits. That is, if not for a small complicating matter. My wares were stolen! Okay. Well, I can help you with that, dude. You want me to dust your painting? Really? Okay, let me get out my weapon here. Anyway, so I promised you a story. Some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that 3 distinct times, not all too long ago, over the last few months, I have attempted to order a pizza and failed at it. In one instance, I ordered it and then they told me it was delivered because their their tracking system for the delivery automatically flags any delivery as delivered if a certain amount of time passes, and they were so busy that they couldn't get to me in time, so I just sort of assumed that... Now, that pizza did eventually show up, but like an hour later after they said it was delivered, and I was just confused as hell by all of that. Yeah, that's not a great feature. One of the times, someone delivered a pizza's my personal favorite one, just down the road a bit. It's I say just about down the road a bit. By car, it would be like a 40-second trip. But by foot, it would probably be closer to like 20 or 30 minutes both ways. And they delivered it to an Amazon distribution hub. And when I say they delivered it to the hub, I mean they quite literally just dropped it in the parking lot and said, here you go, here's your stuff. I swear I'm not making this up. I can't prove it to you because I'm not going to share the picture, but they actually did one of those, here's a picture of your delivery things. Yeah, that was the one where I was trying, that was the one through Grubhub to get the, to get this emote, which, by the way, I did actually get the emote. There it is. But, I never got the pizza. The third incident was much more banal. I was like, hey, I want this and this and that and that and this. Cool, done. Ordered. Wait about 40 or so minutes. Your order has been canceled. No explanation given. So, yesterday, I decided to go ahead and order pizza through Uber Eats, which is the actual delivery service that usually isn't crap around here, from a local place I happen to know, and is not that far from here. Based on how I've started this story, you can kind of tell where this is already going. I've decided that pizza is just straight up cursed. Meanwhile, this guy is just making up excuses to not be able to return home to his wife, now that I've gotten rid of all of his excuses. So, I order the pizza, and I'm like, cool, and it's like, delivery time. So, I live in an apartment complex, Rex, and that's already problematic for pizza delivery drivers, but problem number 2 is most of the local places which actually have the good pizza don't have good an online system built in. Like, I have to go through another service. And yeah, problem 3 is I live in a freaking apartment complex, and they just do not know how to find where I exist. Speaking of which, so I go through this, delivery happens, and it's like, yeah, it's like a 30-minute wait. I'm actually watching the tracker because I always do. So I have an idea of when I need to go out to meet them, because even Uber Eats will have no idea how to find me. But I can at least go out to the parking lot and be like, hey, yo. Oh, I already did that one. So, I watch them, and I'm just going to try to emulate this. So, here's the pizza place, and here's me. So the driver does this and starts going straight down. And I'm like, that's... okay, I don't know what route you're taking, but that's weird. Okay, you're going really, really far. Where are you going? And then they go this way, away from me. And I'm at this point, I'm like, Then I get a text from the delivery driver. Are you just in the plaza or something? I can't seem to find you. It is at this exact moment that I realize that her GPS or Uber or something has led her to an extremely wrong address. When I say extremely wrong, I mean she was actually still as far from me as she originally was in terms of distance. Or in terms of time, excuse me. So, having a little bit of experience with this at this point, my immediate response is this is my address. Please deliver to this address if you can. Oh, that's not where it sent me at all. Yeah, I figured that part out. To be clear, the place it sent her to was like a Walmart parking lot. And when I say like a Walmart parking lot, I mean, I don't know why I'm using the word like, because it was literally a Walmart parking lot. You know, like there's like the parking lot and there's like a couple of little shops right there, like there's a Pizza Hut or a Subway or whatever. It was one of those, and it sent her there. Your guess is as good as mine, Hazardous. So I think I'm just gonna give up on pizza. Yeah, different parking lot too, Mr. Red. Different parking lot. Because The other parking lot was just right over there, but this parking lot was like 26 minutes that way. Apparently, the world thinks I live in a parking lot. Oh no. I did finally get my pizza. I also had to walk out to meet her, not at my parking lot, but actually all the way out at the main street, because she was having trouble figuring out how to enter. And so I actually watched her. I'd figured out which car was hers. And I watched her drive right by, and I'm like, okay. Got it. Understood. Was the pizza good? Actually, yes, it was. It is a local joint. Like I said, I was getting something I knew I liked. That's just... And it will, you know, sustain me for a few days. Anyways, that's my pizza story. I'm never ordering pizza again. Well, I live here. I should clarify. If I live someplace else, maybe. Somebody might actually be able to figure out where I am. See you around, Blue Up, Alex. Have a good day at work. So hang on. So, Lunaruth asked a question. She says, Lore, you're dumb! It's true. She says, all the side quests are crap ideas they had one would normally nix, but they arbitrarily decided we need more content, so they made them optional. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what happened in ARR specifically. I'm not sure about side quests past this, because I haven't done side quests in the expansions. But I'm pretty sure, from my own experience today, as well as in the previous days when I've done this, that the ARR side quests were, quick, we need content. We need to make sure that the players have plenty of reasons to keep playing. And so we have a little bit of shotgunned content. This would also explain why some of them actually are decent. You know, why there's the occasional good story. And then most of them are just not, you know. Here, I got you some fertilizer. You're welcome, I guess. Yeah, I never got the Serpent of Ronka. I think I started that quest, and then I gave up, because, you know. Yeah, exactly, Alpha Squid. As I've said many times, the ARR Miracle, which I gave a full 3 positives for just being such insanity, it makes sense that a lot of the content in ARR is not good. It does. It doesn't mean I'm not going to give the negatives, because it is still not good. The result is that it is not good, but it is at least understandable. It's something I've talked about a lot. There's a difference between Anthem, which was just garbage from word go, and Drakengard, which at least had some heart to it. I've ever made homemade pizza several times. In fact, I actually have a Lord Derv's video out there about me making homemade pizza. Mexican pizza, specifically. It turned out really, really, really good. You know, there's this guy. I know this guy because I do a daily for him. Did a daily for him for the frickin' Ixels over and over. He's in love with this one woman. She delivers lunches. She asks me to deliver the lunch. He is upset that she is not delivering the lunch. There you go. There's the quest in a nutshell. Uh-oh. Giga Pudding will never be seen again. Oh, no kidding, Alpha Squid. I feel so bad for the development team at that point in time. Just so bad for them. I'm not sure I could have done that. Like, if I cared, I could do it. But what possible reason would I have to care at the time, other than simply work ethic, you know? Nobody knew that ARR was going to succeed. It was a long shot, right? The single worst side quest we've seen so far, other than the don't kill a mob side quests. There was one we did earlier where you have to use an item. It was actually in this very zone, where you have to use an item on 3 separate things, which makes an enemy spawn. And then you kill the enemy, and then that gets you the item you need. And that may sound, you know, simple, but We were doing it for no reason. In fact, I didn't even summarize the story of it for you guys, because there was nothing really to talk about there. Hey, there's these pests, deal with them, is about what it boils down to. But again, the gameplay of that was... I mean, there's worse quest design, but that was just padded as hell. Not as padded as WoW BC quests, of course, as we've already discussed, but certainly padded. Nothing is as padded as WoW vanilla quests. Oh my god. I mean, that's one way to deal with it, Ross. Hey sis, I'm ordering some pizza for you. Huh? Don't worry, I'm gonna take some of it home with me. Okay. Also, I'm gonna do this every week. Huh? No, I couldn't do pizza every week. That would drive me bonkers. I have the mood for pizza like once a year. Because I'm not that big into pizza. And that's mostly because most pizza places suck, as we've discussed before. Hey, got you some beans. That's gross, but thanks for sharing that your son drank an entire thing of Moon Tui tonic in one gulp without making a face. And she's proud of her son for that? I'm confused by this. So, I should also mention... Oh god, imagine if I had to do these quests at level. What, without a flying mount? Could you imagine how horrible that would be? Doing these legit? Alright, hands up in chat. How many of you have done these quests legit? Oh, god. I suppose I should raise my hand. I have done several of these legit, at level, as a brand new character. That's why we had so few quests in Thanalan, specifically, because that's where I started. Anyways, instead of bashing this wonderful, beautiful game, pizza. In my experience, the biggest problem with pizza is finding a pizza that you can add the adjective good to it. That's the issue right there. Finding a good pizza place. Like, we actually talked about this the other day. I was talking about how, you know, I don't like meat on pizza. Not because I don't like meat on pizza. I actually love meat on pizza. In fact, I prefer meat on pizza. But most pizza places don't know how to cook meat on pizza. So that it's soggy, or it's overcooked, or it's greasy, you know? You get the issue. Like, proper rib pizza is amazing. Here's another thing. Nobody around here does Mexican pizzas at all. I love a good Mexican pizza. But hang on, nobody around here does burger pizzas either. And only one place around here, which is the place I got pizza from, by the way, actually does real deep dish. Actual deep dish pizza. They're actually known for it. It's pretty much all they sell is deep dish pizza. And salads. If there's a cheesecake... Oh, I don't know. I just popped my ear. If there's a cheesecake pizza, I'm not aware of it personally. You're welcome. By the way, we just got a mushroom, which was a reagent for a poison. A disease, but still. I'm starting to think that at least half of these quests have to do with that. By the way, this quest is also getting materials to make a tonic. I'm starting to really wonder if if the people who are designing these quests were trying to, like, say something while they were making these quests. Yeah, seriously, just take your medicine. God. I get it. Speaking of which. Oh, cheese steak pizza. Yeah, that's a thing. Now, the problem is, some cheesesteak pizzas are slathered in mayo. And, I don't know what else to add to that, really. God damn it. I've never thought of myself as a popular girl, and men rarely give me cause to believe otherwise. Yet lately I've been the recipient of several gifts. Sparkling jewels and fine silks, over which a prouder maid would surely swoon, from an anonymous admirer. I'm flattered, but I don't know who it is. And then I discovered it was actually Aelbert, an infamous rogue wanted for countless robberies. I realize now all of his presents were taken from others, and I have unwittingly won the affections of a dangerous criminal. But his latest gift insists that I go to this one spot, and he will give me something very precious. I suspect nothing. By the way, that's the other thing. We've had a lot of quests about medicine and getting medicine, and we've had a lot of quests about girl. So, again, bit of a vibe here. Hey, Aelbert, what's up? You gonna say anything, or I'm just gonna kill you? Okay, die. Well, he did. Figured he'd say something before he tries to kill me. Jeez. All for naught. A letter? For me? Yeah, no kidding, Rax. My dearest Emeria, I pray this letter finds you well. I know my gifts were sudden and many, but I hope they were to your liking. Seeing you in the first summer of your womanhood, I could restrain myself no longer. My thoughts have been only of you these past moons, of what gifts might bring you happiness. Yet to see you smile from afar is not nearly enough. I long to live together with you in Hurstmill, and nothing would bring me greater joy. I would give you a grand garden filled with white chamomile. But such dreams can never come true. My crimes are known and will never be forgiven. The most I can hope for is for you to know my heart. That would grant me a measure of peace, and so if it does not cause you distress, I would write to you again. Except I wouldn't, because I just got frickin' murdered in the face. How do you know my favorite flower? He's been stalking you. Anyway, we must return the presents. You go do it. No, you do it. No, you do it. Oh my god. Get off, you're lazy. Okay, fine. Okay, you know what? In fairness, I do have a flying Magitech Predator. And we have finished this zone. One of the four... Well, no, one, two. Two of the 5 Gridania zones. That's something. Okay. Apparently not, Mr. Red. Linnea says, do you think troll ears were intentional or a lack of iteration in design and testing? Oh, definitely a lack of iteration in design. Remember, much of the WoW vanilla quests were designed at the last minute by like 3 people because nobody anticipated that quests would be the main content of WoW. This always amuses me with the advantage of hindsight, but the original design for WoW was... Here's some quests in the starter zones to get you used to the game, tutorials, and then the quests would just stop, and the players would naturally flow out into the zones to kill stuff. And you might think, that's stupid! Please remember, though, that this was at the tail end of the Silver Age of MMOs, aka, that was actually what most MMOs were doing back then. Going out and hunting was normal, that was a standard activity, and yeah, a lot of the game designers behind WoW Vanilla were people who came there from playing EverQuest. And yeah, EverQuest 2, if you're paying attention, did exactly this. Bunch of quests in the start in the intro zone, the town, and then the quests stopped and you just went out and hunted. So, yeah, no, they ended up, they did some early playtest, which I was a part of. This was back in the alpha. And the quests were a smash hit. Credit to the designers, they recognized that and were like, "Oh God, we need to do quests. We need to add quests." But the problem was this was pretty far into development. So if you ever wonder why WoW vanilla quests suck, this is why. So no, it was absolutely the problem of that they just didn't have the time and the attention and the design and the experience and the anything to actually make the quests worth a damn. Unlike later WoW quests, where if we ever actually review the later WoW expansions, they're probably individual quests I will give gameplay positives to, because they're awesome. None of that was there yet. Anyway, so. Aww. That's actually really horrible. Okay, so he wasn't actually a secret admirer or a stalker. He was her brother. And that... no, not like that, Bragwin. So, he was, they were from a poor family. He stole some chamomile to give to her. And as a result, he was caught. Yeah, well, there was nothing romantic. There was no romanticness here. And I should just read the whole thing out loud. As a consequence of him getting caught, he was branded a criminal, and that was bringing shame onto the family. So the family decided to pretend that there was no brother. They actually disowned him. And they browbeat their daughter into thinking that he didn't exist, that she didn't have a brother. So he went on and just kind of kept being a criminal because it was the only avenue available to him. But when she was moved out to Hurstmill in order to escape all of this scandal, he was like, "Oh crap, this is my chance to finally reconnect with my sister." And then we killed him. I mean, yeah, in fairness, you saw me. I just stood there until he attacked me, waiting for something else to happen. He absolutely attacked first. In lore and in gameplay. Just, god damn it. The good news is that is the first decent story quest we've encountered in Gridania. As I mentioned earlier, the Gridania quests are the worst by far so far, both in gameplay and in story. That's the first one that's had any meat on its bones. So we might actually be building up to a story positive for the quests. Maybe. I should probably mention that's the only quest in 2 zones, but, you know, whatever. You'll notice I've sort of stopped reciting what's going on here. It's because this is such... ugh... that I honestly feel like it's a waste of everyone's time to actually share what's happening here. I will not be doing the post-Moogle quests. This is an asshole, of course. But, I mean, he's a Lalafellan, so forgive me for repeating myself. He's actually angry that he has to pay us for the job we just did for him. No, really. Let's see here. So, let's see. Fife says... oh, I already answered that. Disco says, what are girls? Bragwin, you want to take that one? Romark says... oh, I already answered that. I will not be doing the post-move quests. Honestly, I'm not even sure where I would start that off the top of my head. I might have actually started / done them then. We'll see. We'll see. We're doing Mordona last for pretty obvious reasons. There's a lot of Ishgardians who live here taking care of chocobos. Which makes sense, since the whole chocobo rearing thing is a big cultural thing in Ishgard, which we will see when we get to in Heavensward. There's a reason the black chocobos are a thing we get in Ishgard, you know. If Lalafels eat a large fry, is it cannibalism? That's a really dumb question. That's impressive. So, Jesse Ward asks, so if you had to make a crew out of just the first officers of Trek, where would you line that up? So let's get this out of the way right off the bat. Riker would be the captain. He is such captain material, it's actually silly. In fact, him being captain material is quite literally his only character arc in TNG. So, past that, that's actually a little tough. Wake up! Go back to work. Stop sitting here literally listening to the water. Anyway, so Riker's the captain of the Titan. So we've got... Spock would probably have to be the Royal Royal Smart Person, because that's actually his role. So that leaves Kira to Paul. Actually, Tucker. So Kira, Tucker, and Chakotay. Well, Kira would probably be the best first officer of that bundle. She is quite good at it. Yes, Cashel. I guess by definition that would make Tucker the engineer and Chakotay the doctor, just by virtue of being the one left over. There you are. I'm attempting to become one with nature. Yeah, go do your frickin' job, hippie. Get a haircut. God. Sorry. Okay. That's it. That's why I hate Gridania. It's all hippies. And they're all the self-righteous kind of hippies, too, you know? The holier-than-thou hippies. As opposed to, you know, just normal people. By golly, I'm determined to at least finish this zone. Before the lunch break. I was honestly hoping to be able to finish the initial 4 before the lunch break. And then I hit Gridania. It's just... I hate to hammer that point in again, but it's really funny how much these quests have just gotten worse the moment I hit Gridania. Okay. Let me gather you your toadstools, your highness. She works for the Geographic, so she's an important person. Not the National Geographic, this is more like the City-State Geographic. Whatever that would be called. I haven't forgotten Mordona. Mordona was going to be the finale. We were going to do the 4 zones, and then we were going to hit Mordona. Which, actually, I might not have many quests there, because I'm pretty sure I've done most of those, but we'll see. excuse me, New Eorzean Geographic is the full name of it. I'm apparently Research Assistant 6. Also known as Slave. No, really, she actually just straight up called us her slave. Word for word. Lovely woman, really. Either I'm going to like her or I'm going to kill her. Got it. This is another weakened quest. Abandon. Hey, lady, I quit! Kind of buzzer as I'm going by there. Let's see. Should Lulif... Oh, I already answered that one. Delete, 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 delete. So, now I have to design a Blade Master class. Alright, take Crusader from Diablo 3. Done! There you go. Boom, we're good. These. There we go. I talked about that earlier, Mr. Red. Took him a while to get it, and it is a jury-rig solution. But it is a jury-rig solution. So the way I'm picturing this, for those of you not aware of what Blade Masters are in lore, it's not just someone who uses a big sword. The whole point of the Blade Masters and the Burning Blade clan of orcs was that they were exceptionally skilled in weapon enchantments, specifically. In fact, the Iron Horde would specifically use the Burning Blade clan as the people who would imbue all of their weapons, as well as their hardware, their artillery, with that kind of a thing. So, I would lean more towards what is effectively a Mystic Knight. Yeah, a kind of an enchantment sort of a thing. I admit, as I'm picturing this in my head, it sounds a little bit like the Death Knight rune system. But kind of like the Death Knight rune system a little bit, to the point where we could have an interface where you've got your sword icon, like kind of maybe something looking a little bit like that in the upper right there. And you can choose... no, let me walk that back. Rather than being able to choose which runes you have on it, you could combo runes up onto it. And specific combos of runes, yes, I know I'm just describing Ninja. Shut up. So specific combos of runes would produce specific effects, right? So, you know, it's worse Ninja. So it's like, I'm like, pwong, pwong, pwong! And then pwong! And that would be kind of the core loop of how I would design Blade Masters. Casual's probably not even here anymore to hear this answer, but that's probably the direction I'd go in with that. So, Alpha Squid says, Lore, you're dumb and you're stupid, and I hate you. And very valid points. We also asked, what is a lore run? Now, this is not a full lore run, because I don't know FF14 perfectly, but I do know FF14 well enough to do a pseudo-lore run. So a pseudo-lore run is exactly what it sounds like. It's going through a game, discussing the lore, the background, the behind-the-scenes, the makings of, the gameplay design. It's trying to do a full, in-depth, long-play analysis of a specific game. In this case, FF14. I am quite familiar with FF14, so I am able to do a pseudo-lore run of this one, and we're trying to review as much of the game on camera as possible. We are currently in... we are in day 11, I believe, of this particular run. And we're still in ARR, obviously. I feel like ARR is going to be a bit of a slog when it comes to this in general, and I have a feeling the overall pace will quicken once we get to Heavensward and onwards. I don't know if that's true or not. That might just be me being optimistic. But yeah, the odds of me not hitting Heavensward this week are almost non-existent. There's not that much left. Not really. And we've already proven that when we actually hit MSQ stuff, we just kind of barrel roll through it. In a good way. I actually feel like the pace of much of the review so far has actually been quite good. We've only had a couple of stall points, including today, admittedly. So you've picked a terrible day to join me, Alpha Squid. I do apologize. But it is my fault, not yours. I am the idiot who has insisted on doing the side quests. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't see that story about the kid who was just trying to reconnect with his sister. You know? Which is pretty much, in a core nutshell, the main reason we're doing these. Like, as just, at its bare minimum, that is the main reason. Because the only way to find the diamonds in the rough are either to know where they are innately, which, again, I don't know FF14 that well. I could do that in WoW, but I couldn't do that here. Or to just do everything and try to, you know, discuss them as we hit the ones that are actually worth a damn. We've had a few. We've had a few. I think like 5 so far. It also gets them off the map. So I'm going to go ahead and admit something really stupid in just a moment. Yep. Over in another zone, which I'm not going to talk about because spoilers, but it is specifically this zone. We're not going to have a lot of standard quests here because I was doing so much teleporting through here when I was not only getting level, but excuse me, but also raising my crafting and a lot, that I got sick and tired of trying to mouse over the waypoint, or the Ethereum, and I couldn't double-click it because there were quests in the way. So I finally got sick of it, and said, screw it. And so there's several quests here, and several... You can't see them because I'm not in the zone, but those quests aren't there because I got them off the map so I could teleport easier. I do have Lollyho, pretty sure. Yep, there it is. I didn't finish the dwarf quests because time. You were actually part of that discussion, Rex, if you remember, when I realized just how bad it would be to actually finish up all the beast tribes for each expansion. But I was on the path to do the dwarf ones there. And I did do the pixie ones. So that's actually done. Anyways, could I do a WoW lore run off the cuff with no notes? Yeah, I could. I would occasionally forget a thing or two, because my memory is not perfect. But every now and again, or other than the every now and again, I would be able to just do a lore run of WoW right now. Here you go. Will I? I mean, we will eventually review WoW. So... I mean, how do you think I did the Lorecraft series? Damn it! Is it sad that each time I see a quest chain, I'm like, no! No! Why? Well, we've never reviewed WoW, Megaskull, so yes. Although, ironically, it'll be a lot easier to do now than it was when I actually did the WoW lore run. The WoW lore run was done when several mechanisms were not in place to make that substantially easier and smoother than it is. Or was. See you around, drink from ham. How many games do I think I can do a lore run on with no research and no notes? Question. Let me think about that for a minute. Ew. I mean, I've heard of the idea of using wasp venom as a brew component, but again I say, ew. Of course, it's better than Mudmug over in WoW, who quite literally, his secret ingredient in brewing is bugs. Just bugs. Anyways. Nothing, Inamisho. Nothing whatsoever. Bugs are perfect forever. You can drink all the bugs you want to, Inamisho. They're all yours. Speaking of which, here's your brew. This liquor is drunk for the unique and altogether unpleasant stinging sensation it causes on your tongue. It's also an insect repellent. Right. Well, on the plus side, we did actually finish those 3 zones, which is good. On the downside, we still have 2 to go, just for this area. And we are now about 10 minutes into my lunch break. So I'm going to go ahead and take a lunch break, and when we get back, we will do even more boring quests.